You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, November 22nd, 2022, a Tuesday, around 11 p.m. And I thought, I've been saying this for a while, that I may start doing sort of unannounced live stream playthroughs at the spur of the moment. If I happen to be up at night and want to break from coding. And this is the first of such live streams. I gave a couple hours notice. I can see that some of the regulars have managed to make it. My idea was that, we have a lot of games in the queue to play. And I'm sort of sensitive about not playing one of the new games of a new series that we haven't played before without giving everyone plenty of notice. So I thought for these streams, we'll play games that don't fit that criteria. And you can see I've labeled this video playing one of the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes, and you can see I've started collecting them. And I've made the case that we've played two of the Deadbolt Mystery Society games so far, The Cabin and The Body Farm, which have both exceeded our expectations. And based on that, I've started buying these games, especially because they are so cheap if you get them on sale. In fact, I think this may be the best bang for the buck you can get, aside from Fire in Adlerstein and Death in Antarctica, which are the US versions, are frequently on sale for $12, and you cannot beat that. But if you buy these on sale, they're regularly like $27, but they go on sale for like $9 to $14, and they seem to rotate through them, and they're having a big Black Friday sale as we speak. So I thought it might be useful to play one of these, and there's so many that I won't feel guilty about playing one of these while the regulars, if it's not a convenient time. So I've got all of the ones I have here, and I've got my printout from the Deadbolt Mystery Society describing them all, what year they were published and their difficulty. So I thought we would pick one together, whoever thinks they're going to join for the stream. And there are a couple of these that are sort of multiple cases in one box. So if we play those, we're sort of in for a commitment. Let's catch up on the chat before we get started, however. Is anyone got any Thanksgiving plans? Anything interesting to talk about? I will be having Friendsgiving with my friends here, Rebecca and Chad, going over for dinner. And having a Zoom meeting with a Zoom Thanksgiving with my family. Anyone have any nice Thanksgiving plans? Thanksgiving, of all the holidays, well, Christmas as a kid when you're opening presents, but Thanksgiving was sort of the one adult holiday that my family sort of cared about as a time where people would gather and give thanks for family and friendship. Anyone have any plans to visit their family? Matt says we're seeing folks in LA. Hogan says nope. Jonathan says local family get together, made a black walnut bourbon cake. Nice. I rewatched The Stranger, which I've been pushing on this channel, but I also rewatched Unforgiven. And I mean, Unforgiven, this is Clint Eastwood movie. Clint Eastwood's in it and he directed it. And I mean, it's a phenomenal movie. It's from '93. It's got Gene Hackman, Morgan Freeman, Richard Harris, I think is the English actor. Anyway, it's got some amazing scenes in it. And there are scenes with Gene Hackman that just are jaw-dropping. But what's really interesting about Unforgiven is I went and listened to some interviews of actors talking about Clint Eastwood as a director. And it's kind of surprising how, I mean, he's directed quite a few movies with him in it, but I never think of him as a director. But it's interesting if you look at like David Mamet, some people have a lot of respect for, talk about Clint Eastwood as an incredible director. And there are some people talking from Unforgiven talking about him as a director, some very impressive stuff. And so it's sort of shocking since he's such a good, he's such a good actor in the movies that he's in. I mean, some of my favorite movies like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So I don't think of him as a director, but it's sort of fascinating to hear people talk about him as a really great director and unusually good director for actors. Sort of, there's some interesting interviews on YouTube if you search for people talking about his style as a director and all that stuff. Really quite fascinating. If you haven't seen Unforgiven, I recommend it. All right. Now, which of these games would you like to play? So let's just go over the ones that are unusual. I've heard really good things about Dark and Stormy Night. One of the sites that I really like is called Escape Rooms Adventures or something. I put up a link to them at some point. There is a link in the Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two, which you can find a link to that on the YouTube community tab. And they've reviewed a lot of these games, and they get them all free. I should mention I've purchased all these. They get them all free, so they're always glowing recommendations, but they do, they're like 10 from 8s to 10s. And anyway, they recommended a bunch of these. Okay, so the ones that are unusual, I like, if not everyone is here and is going to stay for it, like Jonathan was thinking he might not stay for the whole stream, like it feels like Dark and Stormy Night might be a good one to play if everyone's here and save it for that. This one is the trilogy, so there's 3 games in the Copycat Saga here, so we might not want to play that. Collector there has got 2 games in it. That's the Collector and the sequel. And then this one here has got 2 games in it, but it was pitched as a double feature. So there you have it. Does anyone have the Toymaker is part of the Copycat Saga? Someone is asking in the channel. So I guess, is there 3 or 4 in this one? But one is the toy maker and one is the other. They're just loosely connected, So do you guys have a preference? So one thing that's unusual is this box is double the normal size. And like my OCD wants me to get rid of this box, play this and get rid of it because it doesn't fit on the shelf nicely. Other than that, I don't have a real preference. I'd say we probably should stay away from the games that are like 4-in-1 because we've got stuff planned this weekend, so we don't want to keep playing it. Duel and Initiation are tied together. Okay, that's good to know. So maybe take those off the docket. I'm interested in Prison Break, seems a little different. I mean, if we think we just want to play one that we don't expect to be that great, maybe Screamland, Backstage Pass, Scavenger, The Watcher. Don't know anything about those. Or we could try the Ventriloquist one. Although that's a double feature, that might take 2 nights. I suppose we could play tomorrow if we needed to. Anyone who is planning on staying for several hours gets to have a voice. And if you haven't already had a voice, then your voice will count double. Okay, Despaminite says, let's do one of the single ones. I guess I can't switch to this view because we need to see them. All right. Well, if you've got some, if you want to vote, if you want to say which one you're interested in, I can look it up and tell you about it. So Carnival of Chaos is 2018, difficulty rating 7 of 10. I like the way they do difficulties of this game. When they first put it out, you know, this is normally a subscription service. So when it first comes out, they don't try to assign a difficulty. They wait for people to play it and report back in. Okay. Carnival of Chaos is about a creepy carnival. Infected has a 1-line entry, patient 0, difficulty rating 7.5 out of 10. So Infected has a high difficulty rating. Higher than most of the games we've played, I think. Prison Break is 6.5. It's about people in prison. Different. I wouldn't mind playing that. The Old and Hidden Secret is 2021. Difficulty of 7 of 10. Some hotel secret. The Watcher is about someone with a secret admirer who's a killer. 7.5 difficulty. That could be interesting. Scavenger is also 2021. Historical Society, difficulty 7.5. Screamland is 7 out of 10. That's a haunted house attraction. Cleansing of Killian House. If anyone has a reason not to play one of these, like you've played it already or you're planning on playing it separately, then definitely speak up. I'm happy to take things off the list. Robert says, since it's Thanksgiving week, how about a family get-together game like The Inheritance? I like your thinking. I like your thinking. I think that sounds like a great idea. Let's find The Inheritance here. The Inheritance, the oldest and richest families, when the patriarch asks for your help, planning on naming his heir and the next head of the family. So he's calling together his family. Difficulty 7 out of 10. I like it. Logan says Watcher or Prison Break. Watcher. I like the idea. It's Thanksgiving, family gatherings. Let's play the game. The one game here that's about a family gathering. Any objection to playing The Inheritance? If not, that's what we'll do. Okay, that's what we're going to do then. We're going to play The Inheritance. Another reason why I wanted to, let's see, where is the inheritance? Here. Okay, let's get rid of all these. Another reason why I wanted to try playing Deadbolt Mystery Society next is because when we did our previous playthroughs, we hit a little bit of a trouble with these encrypted PDF files being annoying to reopen, and I think I've got a solution to that. So we're gonna try that too. Okay, here we go. Exciting. The inheritance. Okay. This one is sealed, in fact. I don't know why they seal some of them and not others. Where's our little knife here? All right. So as a reminder, this will be full of spoilers. If you plan to play this game on your own, you should stop watching now. I also think that these are probably the worst games to play on YouTube because they're puzzle heavy. And when we get to a puzzle, sometimes we just sit here for half an hour or an hour. And it can be frustrating, but we're playing it anyway. As a reminder, if you're going to be playing on your, if you happen to have this and you're going to play it side by side, if you jump ahead from where we are, don't give us any hints. If you've played it, don't give us any hints. Sometimes when we get to a hard puzzle, we'll put up a little quiet timer and give ourselves 10 or 20 minutes to for everyone have a chance to work on it. But essentially, the way I play these games is I play them. And you guys should feel free to talk amongst yourselves. And I'll try not to ask questions that require waiting for an answer because of the YouTube delays. If there's something you want to say or want me to do, you just shout it out and I'll try to catch it when I can. All right, let's see here. What does it say here? Wealth and fortune to the bearer. McLean. Okay. Let's open it up and see what we've got here. So as normal, the box is mostly empty. That's okay. Little sticker. A little card. We know this is what they do. This is actually a very clever company. I really am fond of their design choices here. Of all the, this is sort of off topic, but of all these subscription games we played, they're different from board games. They're mystery board games, but one of the ways that they're different is sort of the aesthetics and the sensibilities of these companies. And most of these companies sort of ship their stuff in plain box that you would never put on the shelf. Whereas these Deadbolt Mystery Society games, they all have nice art on the box, nice size. They fit very well on the shelf. It's sort of fun. And they don't spend huge amounts of money on physical props like Hunt the Killer does. For me, they're like doing the things that resonate with me. They're making them cheap enough and focusing on stuff I care about. Okay, so but one of the things that some people obviously like and is in each of these games is a little collector's card. And occasionally if you see people selling the Deadbolt Mystery Society games used on eBay, occasionally the post will say, collector's card is not included. That's because people are collecting these when they play the game. First edition, one of the dangers of buying these used now are, we've seen that Deadbolt Mystery Society sometimes makes new versions that are a little bit better. Logan says, Deadbolt Mystery Society was started by two brothers. Well, I mean, I've talked already about how the writing is really good. Okay, now one of the games we played, the collector's card wasn't just a gimmick. It actually had interesting information on it. But let's not read it now because it seems like it's a summary of the case and maybe we don't need it. Little sticker doesn't seem like it's important. Okay, we've got our normal rules that I think so far have been all the same for every Deadbolt Mystery Society game we've played. It talks about the QR codes to solve puzzles and reminds you that often puzzles are, you combine items, so it's not just each puzzle is its own standalone piece of paper. Tells you there are hints, tells you that there is a Facebook group. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we've got. Let's just go through our evidence here. Looks like I could zoom out on this a bit. Let's see, as default view. That's probably as good as it's going to get. Yeah, I'm going to go back. All right, let's just start here as default. Okay, that looks like their mansion there. Beginning brief. Benjamin Baker, your boss and founder of the Will Street Detective Agency, received this voicemail not long ago. Benjamin, this is Edison McLean. I'm in need of your assistance. I'm willing to pay you 20 times your normal rate for your timely assistance in this matter. Have your associates at my estate within the hour, and I will fill you in on the case I need you to undertake. This is a matter of extreme urgency. Money is too good to pass up, and Edison McLean is not the kind of man people say no to. Benjamin is currently tied up on another case, but sends you on his behalf. Once you arrive at the McLean estate, Edison brings you up to his study. He explains that his family was having a get-together and a passing of the torch ceremony. For more than 500 years, the McLeans have handed down a medallion that bears the family's coat of arms. Maybe that's what this is. The medallion is more than just a family heirloom. It is the symbol of the head of the family, and it is believed that whoever holds it will have great success in life and business. It's also extremely valuable. Considering that every family member who has possessed the crest throughout history has gone on to be unusually successful, there seems to be some credence to the belief. 8 of the family members were slated to compete in a competition of wits for the right to be the next head of the family. But at some point during the day, the medallion was stolen. Edison McLean knows that the crest was safely tucked away just that morning and believes that one of the family members is responsible for the theft. The crest was not found on any of the family members. After the first round of interviews, it becomes clear that many of them are hiding something. Look over the case notes and interviews with each person to get an idea of what we are dealing with and solve the mystery of the inheritance. Okay, so the crest got stolen by someone. We're going to try to find who stole it, and they have all gathered here to compete for becoming the new head of the family. All right. What in the study should you examine? Edison thinks something in this study is different, but can't place his fingers on it. No caps, no spaces. That's the traditional instruction it gives when you try to solve a puzzle. So if it was a multi-word, you just put in those words all lowercase with no spaces. There's the QR code to try to do that. But are we supposed to do it just based on looking at this dark picture? No, I think we put this aside for now. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Here is what we know so far. Edison last saw the medallion at 8 a.m. while in his study. The family members started to arrive around 8:15 a.m., and they were all here by 8:30. At 9 a.m., Edison left his study to join the rest of the family. Once there, he chose 8 of his family members to participate in his game. After a short speech, he handed them each a packet containing puzzles that were part of the game he had planned. Between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., it becomes difficult to track most of the family members as they were moving throughout the house and yard. Around 10 a.m., Edison went to his study and found 2 volumes on his desk. The booklets both contained cryptic messages which were numbered. There was also a small note that read, "I see you like puzzles, so here are some games made for you." Not knowing how someone could have gotten into his study, Edison feared the worst. He went to check on the medallion and found it missing. We don't know if the thief was one of the participants or not in Edison's game. Here are some people Edison chose to participate in his game: Amber, Brooke, Brian, Charles, Lindsay, Nicholas, Rob, and Stefan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So those are the 8 people. 8 family members he chose, and we've got a little timeline here. Okay. So he saw the medallion in his study at 8 a.m. He leaves, he gives them their challenge. He comes back at 10, and someone has been into his study. He doesn't know how they got in there, and they've swiped the medallion and left him some notes and games to play. Okay. Edison gave us the 2 booklets found on his desk, along with some other items he thought would be useful. He also gave us a red lens that he found on his study floor. A red lens. We found an oily fingerprint on the door handle. Looks like my little markers are having a little bit of trouble. Maybe it needs to be down more. Okay, so a red lens on the study floor, an oily fingerprint on the door handle. Not sure if it's the thief's or not. Waiting on our forensic contact to get back with us. They're also pulling phone records and blueprints of the estate. Again, not sure if this will help, but with as much money as Edison is paying us to get to the bottom of this case, it is better to not leave any stone unturned. Edison has seen a lot of people coming in and out of the East Suite. Something in there might be worth investigating. The pages of the booklets left on Edison's desk are numbered. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but it's probably a good idea to work through them in order. I love it. Between the puzzles and the East Suite, I think we have several good starting points for this investigation. And here, let's take a good look at Edison McLean. Okay, here he is. No nonsense guy. What has he got? He's smoking a cigar, and he's got a tea set behind him. Got a watch. Guess he's left-handed. Okay, clues, and it's telling us to go through them in order, and East Suite. Okay, we'll put that aside. We'll come back to it. Let's just quickly scan through all of our evidence before we focus on any of these. Tammy McLean's secret recipe, slow-cooked English toffee. There's the directions for it. Looks like they're in some sort of code. One thing I notice is they're all odd numbers. Are they all primes? They're not all primes. 27 is not a prime, but they are all odd. And there's a lot of repeats. Interesting. Are they all... They're not all factors of 3. They don't look like they don't have common factors. Interesting. All right. So it said to do them in order. What did it say? Let's see here. It says... The pages of the booklets are numbered. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. It's probably a good idea to work through them in order. Are we meant to think that these are pages in the booklet? It's not numbered, so I don't think so. Let's just go through these in order, though. Look at them in order. All right, so we've got some postcards. Search the East Suite. I see. So this game has little mechanics. occasionally. So like if we wanted to search the study, we would scan this and say what we want to search, or what looks different. To search it, the East Suite, which might have multiple rooms, we would scan this, and I wonder, is it going to ask us to, I don't know what this means. This sounds like it's not a puzzle, but rather a scan that might bring us to a page where we might have multimedia ability to search the suite. Interesting. Give the forensic lab time to run their tests. Use the first names in alphabetic order of 2 suspects you eliminated. Okay, so once we eliminate 2 suspects, use the first names in alphabetical order. That's a weird thing. Okay. There's a whole envelope here. What does it say? Do not open until instructed to do so. That's pretty fancy. This looks like the forensic report that we're going to get told to open at some point. All right. Pretty cool. And now look at this. This is new to us too. We've not seen this so far in any of these games. It looks like here's our suspects. More than 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 people at the family gathering, 8 of which were up for possibly becoming head of household. You might imagine that one of the others feels slighted and has created this game to prove that they're worthy. On the back of each of these, we have their date of birth, the comments from Edison, and an interview with them. This is a fairly rich set of information here. So we're going to have to read these at some point. Maybe we'll separate these into people who are up to win the contest and people who aren't. Okay, so the forensic we put aside for now. All right, what else have we got? A big sheet here, a big thing. What is this? Is this going to be a map? Oh, look what it is. It's the family tree. All right, let's take a look at this then. So it looks like we have a couple generations down from Edison McLean and his wife, Tammy McLean. So we're going to have their immediate children, and then they have children. Is that going to be relevant for us? Possibly. And it's made so we could place the cards. So maybe when we figure out... I see. Okay, so can you see some of these don't have lines off it? So this is a child. This would be a spouse of the child, spouse of this child, spouse of this child, and then their children. So as we figure this out, for example, Rebecca McLean, well, I guess we don't know from looking at this, but maybe from age we could try to populate. Is this going to be relevant for us at some point? One has to assume it will be, but for now we don't have any way to use it, so we'll just put it aside and let's see what else we got. Oh, I see. So here is the red lens that was found. I guess we're going to have to look through it at things. Okay. What's this? Some newspaper article. Knowing the value of a dollar, $sign equals 1 by Anna Lanley. Silver equals question mark. Buy silver now. This is, what's the name of this kind of weapon? It's not a spear, but a something. Something is worth something. Shield is worth something. TWOW tournament. And then the crest is equal to something. So these look like symbols. It's telling us are matched to numbers. We're given 1. The rest are mysterious. We'll have to deal with that at some point. All right, look, another sealed document. Wealth and fortune to the bearer. Sounds like this would be the prize you would get. Ah, look at this. Here are the 2 volumes. This is... Every time we play this game, these Deadbolt things, I come away impressed. So we've got puzzles in the 2 volumes. And the game suggested we do them in order. So that's what we will do, I guess. Two volumes we want to do in order. Let's take all the things we have. We have the 2 volumes to do in order. Each one looks like puzzles, like each numbered thing. Puzzle 1, puzzle 3, puzzle 3 continued, puzzle 5, puzzle 7, 2, 4. I see. So I guess it wants us to do puzzle 1 and then puzzle 2. So as we make our way interleaving through the 2 volumes, that's what it said. The pages are numbered, do them in order. So these are the core puzzles, it looks like. And then we've got some auxiliary stuff. We've got our suspects, we've got our newspaper, and then we've got 4 cards when we have people we can eliminate, when we want to search the East Suite, when we want to study something in the study that is different. Once we know what's different. This is the one that looks like we could maybe do it at any time just to look around. Between the puzzles and the East Suite, I think we have good starting points. Okay. I see you like puzzles. Here are some games made for you. Okay. And then there's this, which I don't know where this fits into anything. Tammy McLean's, that's the wife. Secret recipe for slow-cooked English toffee. Well, this is quite impressive so far. And I think the thing to do is, oh, yeah, so let's put these 2 sign things over aside, and then we're done with this. We can put this away. All right. I don't know whether we should read all of these yet. Let's wait a bit. But we're going to do the puzzles in order. So the only question is whether we should probably check this out, this East Suite first. Edison thinks something in his study is different. I don't think we know enough for that, but we could take a look at the East Suite website first. Okay, so let's try that and at least see what it's all about. So I'm going to scan this. Let's see if all this works properly. Okay. All right. Let's see what we've got here. East Suite. Okay. Click the image to search the suite. I see. Is it a 3D image? Okay, so it's a 3D image. Let's see if I can give you a better view of this. These streams are kind of useful as just experiments. So we can experiment with learning how to do this technology better. All right, so what have we got here? The E-Suite. We can look down. So why are we looking at the E-Suite? Well, he said there was lots of activity in it. E-Suite entry. So we're currently in the E-Suite entry. What can we see here? Stairs going up. Can we zoom in? Yes, okay. So a little chest with some knickknacks on it. We've got a keyboard here and chair. Anything unusual about that? It's on like a little bare rug. Anything sticking out from the rug? Not really, although that one corner where it's white is a little suspicious. But maybe that's just the bear. All right, we've got a door here. Don't really know what that's about. Is there something on that? Why are we seeing that little shadowy shape? Is it just a shadow? I think it's just a shadow from the light above. All right, we've got two pictures here. Architecture pictures. I don't see anything else jump out to me. Okay, then we've got another room here, which it looks like we could probably go to. Mirror. Then in the back of the room, what have we got? Binoculars, a hat, a bag on the rack, and then a bag sitting on this little seat, along with a pair of sneakers, little wardrobe, wooden floor, and another similar door, and another piece of architecture, this time the Eiffel Tower, clearly. Nothing really else jumps out here. I'm trying to think if we can recognize what that is over there. I do not recognize that thing. Okay, so arrows look like places we could probably go. So we could go up the stairs by clicking on that arrow, I'm guessing. We could click that arrow to go in there. Doesn't look like we could go in here. All right, well, let's go in here. Can we go in it? Yes, okay. It's pretty fancy. All right, so there's a bag of groceries we can get information on. Oh, look at this fancy spread they've got here. They've got some jam and strawberries, some maple syrup possibly, some oranges cut, or maybe it's a glass of tea, maple leaf flavored. Okay, a little kettle of water. What are they washing in the sink? Can't tell. Let's click on this eye. My recipe is as easy as ABC. Just remember, Rebecca, whether in life, business, or baking, you should number using the odds. Okay, well, that's the odds is what we observed here with this thing where all of these numbers are odd. Don't know what the significance of that is. Number using the odds. Okay, piece of paper. What's interesting is that this is so different from the other Deadbolt Mystery Society games. A big clock here, which looks like it's about, what, 10:08, 10:07. Jonathan says, I have an idea about the odds puzzle. Want to hear it? Not yet. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Before you leave, you can give it. Okay, so but clock is at 10:07. One of the difficulties with playing these puzzle games here is the tricky decision about when you benefit from having lots of people and when there's a potential for not being able to solve it, not having the fun of solving it because other people are already solving it for you. Okay, that looks like Taj Mahal, another piece of landscape. I'm trying to remember, does anyone remember where's the rules about Deadbolt? Do they encourage you to go on the internet, just do stuff? There are external components that appear at times that might warrant investigation. Websites, Facebook pages, email addresses, phone numbers. You must follow all leads. It doesn't really say whether you should be searching for stuff. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. Okay, what else have we got here? We've got some pictures of drinks. Whether we have to know what these drinks are. This looks like the thing with the olives, like a martini. This is some crazy thing. Maybe these are all martinis. I can't tell what that one is. Anything in the ceiling? No. Okay. What about this meal set out? Okay, it's a meal set out for 4. It's clearly a soup of some sort. It looks like, I guess they all have a swirl in it. Look at this. It's like Thanksgiving meal. Anything jump out here at you? We got a knife missing from this one here in the lower right. And a spoon with a bat. Everyone's got their knife except this one. Okay, and then we can click on the soup. Let's click on the soup. Who makes the pumpkin soup, especially at this time of year? Who makes pumpkin soup, especially at this time of year? Do people actually eat this? Not sure why that's so significant. Curious. Okay, looks like we've searched this whole place pretty well. Let's go back out. Can always come back. All right, here was the room we were in before. We were in there. Let's go up these stairs. See if the chat. Fall theme meal, another side of a good pick. The drapes are pooled a bit odd. Yeah, they were kind of pooled a bit odd on the ground. Let's just go back and look at that for a second. They were sort of, where were they? There, this one looked a bit weird, right? That looked a bit weird. Let's look up. Is there any reason to think? Well, and then this little bat looks a little weird too, that bat plate. But we'll come back to this when we need to. I see lots of fire, candles. Anything in the fire? Anything in the fire's out? That's not spelling out anything, is it? It looks a little weird. Like little arrows. All right. That time might be important, but let's worry about that later. All right, let's go up these steps. Second landing. Okay, shoes. Door. The door is locked tight. Kind of see through it. Can't tell what it's there. More binoculars. Old telephone. Old camera. Lots of little mirrors. That's weird. What is this a statue of? Looks like a rhinoceros. Like a paper craft rhinoceros. All right, that looks like it's going downstairs where we came from, I guess. What's this? Another little room. What does this say in here? It looks like we're looking through a mirror at something. Something B. Hard to make it out though. So rooms we can't get into. That's the door that's locked. Anything we see in it would be a good puzzle, good clue to hide stuff that you could only see through a mirror. That arrow's how we got here. All right, nothing jumps out at me from here. I like that we can almost see this thing through the mirror, but not enough of it to make sense of it. What about the study? We haven't gone to the study yet. We haven't gone to the study yet, but the study is... Oh, I see. Yes, I was thinking of it as a puzzle. So here we are back. Let me just get the name of this room. The kitchen, East Suite Kitchen. Okay. So looks like 4 people are staying here though and eating. All right, so let's see. How do we get out of here? So... Oh, I see. You can jump to the scenes without even using the arrows. You just do this. That's nice. All right. Now, okay, that was quite well done. So let's talk about this for a second. I was viewing this card. What in the study should you examine? Edison thinks something in his study is different, but can't place his finger on it. I was thinking of this as like the other puzzles we've seen in this game where you scan this when you're ready to solve it. But now I'm wondering if we don't scan this to look at a scene and then compare it to this. So let's try it. Let's go to... I see it's rotated. Okay. Okay, so it's downloading a PDF this time. So this is going to want a password. Oh, I see. It's not showing it to you. Okay, so it downloaded this file. When I try to open it, it's probably going to want a password. Okay. So this is a standard puzzle like we've seen before. We need to figure out what's different in the study, but cannot place his finger on it. I wonder if that's a clue. Can't place his finger on it. And here he is with his finger. Here he is holding stuff in his hand, cigars. But how do we know this is there? Can't put his finger on it. I wonder if, I feel like that's a clue. Can't place his finger on it. But what would you put your finger on? Cigar, end table. Well, we don't know that we're supposed to be able to answer this yet. So we've been here. We can't do this until we know who we eliminate. First names in alphabetic order of 2 suspects you eliminated that were not part of Edison's game. So among the group of 13, it wants to know which of the not of the 8 that we've eliminated, but we can't do that yet. All right, so I don't think we can do this yet. Let's take a look at this again. Red lens, is that what it is? Are we supposed to look at this with a red lens? We found an oily fingerprint on the door handle. I'm just trying to read his description of his study. We don't have a picture in the study. What in the study should you examine? Something in his study is different. Can't place his finger on it. So let's just see here. He found 2 booklets, some other items. Red lens was on the floor. Oily fingerprint on the door handle. Not sure if it's the thief. He's seen a lot of people coming in and out of the East Suite. Pages are numbered. Work through them in order. He last saw the medallion at 8. Left the study. Chose 8. Handed them a packet containing puzzles. Went to his study, found 2 volumes. That's these here. Cryptic message. Note that said, I see you like puzzles. He went to check on the medallion, found it was missing. Okay. These are our things that are, we don't know what to do with. Jonathan thinks he has an idea about this. Play the odds, it said. Let's read this thing here first. Knowing the value of $1, $sign equals 1, by Anna Lanley. Self-proclaimed financial guru Frank Adams shares his advice to financial success. What people need to realize is that the value of $1 is 1. That is it. Why is it so out of focus? Once you understand that $1 is just 1, then everything else will start to make sense. This advice will help you in all walks of life. You need to learn how to determine the value of things in life. Once you can do that, a lot more things start to make sense. All right, well, keep your eye open for dollar signs. Now is your time to buy silver. Silver is currently low, but on the rise. Buy silver now for the low conversion cost of $9 for 1 ounce of silver coin. I see. $9 for 1 ounce of silver. That sounds like silver is 9. That silver thing might be 9. Okay. TWOW tournament comes to an end. In the final round of the Wastelands Warrior tournament, James Graham sacrificed. So this 4K camera changes I made might be making these markers a little harder for it to find. Okay. Sacrificed a shield bearer and 3 axe warriors to take out his opponent's silver dragon. James shares his thoughts on the move. It felt like it was a good trade since the cards were equal in strength, and well, it paid off, so I guess I was right. So the silver is 9, and it's saying that 1 shield and 3 axe is 9. I think that's what it is, a little bit of algebra. Okay. And then Gold Eagle coach calls out other teams. Coach Mike Wilson on how his team will do heading off into the playoff. We will easily beat the Axe Raiders in the next game because 1 of our Gold Eagle players is worth 3 of theirs. After that, we just have to beat the Steel Shields. They're a little better, but I would still say that 1 of our Eagles is worth 2 of their shields. Okay, so it's just a little bit of an algebra game here. I guess let's just do this to get it wrapped up. All right, let's work on this together. So $sign is 1, we're given that. Then it seems like we're told that silver, which we'll call S, is 9. Or at least $9, whatever a dollar is. Dollar's 1. Okay. Now, it gets a little more interesting here. I think, so we're told that 3 axes, shield bearer and 3 axes. So 1 shield plus 3 axes equals a silver, right? Take out his opponent's silver dragon. So that's 9. So you might say 1H for shield plus 3A equals 9. If they're all integers, then you might assume that A is 2 and then H is 3. A is 2. That would give us 6 plus 3 is 9. Or we could say, alternatively, again, if these were all integers, if our A was 1, then H would be 6, and A is 1. So those would be 2 options, 2 integer options that would make this equation true. H3A2 or H6A1. Now let's look at this one, the eagle. We will easily beat the Axe Raiders in the next game because one of our gold eagle players is worth 3 of theirs. Okay, so the next statement is 1 eagle equals 3 axes. Then they have to beat the shields. They're a little better. One of our eagles is worth 2 of their shields. So 1 eagle is worth 2 H is what I gave shields. Okay, let's see if that makes sense for each of these. If A is 2, then this is 6, and then this is 6. So there you go. Whereas if we tried to do this for our shields and axes, this wouldn't work out. E would be 3, and then E would be 12. So here's our answer. So we know E equals 6. We know the shields are 3, the axes are 2, silver's 1, silver's 9, dollar's 1. All right, let's just summarize that up here. Dollar signs are worth 1. Silver is worth 9. Shield is worth 3. Axe is worth 2. And then the eagle, the gold eagle, is worth 6. All right, so that's that. Let me know in the chat if you think I've made a mistake with anything. Where's our little... Yes. All right, now how we use that, we don't know yet. Algebra is the best, most enjoyable math in my opinion. Okay, so that's this. How to use this, we don't know. These numbers 1, 9, 3, 2, 6 don't appear anywhere here. So we're going to have to assume it's another puzzle. We're going to take a break now. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll continue and we'll decide what we want to tackle next. Whether you want to open up one of the puzzles or whether you want to go through these people and try to sort them into various categories. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. And let's check in with the chat. There was a discussion about the idea that we might tackle this recipe next because Jonathan has a theory about it. So let's do that, or let's at least spend a little bit of time looking at it. Now, to my eyes, my gut tells me we can't solve this yet. But I absolutely could be wrong. Let's look at it. Actually, let's use this as our little let's use this as one of our tests. So what do we do here? We go with our top-down view and we go to overlays and we give ourselves a thinking break here. Okay. So we're going to stare at this for the next 10 minutes. That's our idea. Why is it all the way off to the side? That's kind of weird. Okay, let's just look at this for a bit. Now, what was normally we would do this in silence. What was the clue we saw on the website? It said, let's go back to it for a second. It said, it was at the dinner, at the thing. That was the pumpkin soup who did. Okay, so it was when we were looking at this bag of groceries, it said, my recipe is as easy as ABC. Just remember, Rebecca, whether in life or business, you should number using the odds. I see. Now we know ABC. Okay. Good. Okay. Now I think it makes sense. All right. So now, given that I think it now makes a little bit of sense, more sense to me, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it and think about, let's give everyone this. We're going to do it the way we said we're going to do it. Remember, Rebecca, whether in life, business, or baking, you should number using the odds. Okay, so we are going to have our little break here, and we're going to spend the rest of it in silence. So you've got 8 minutes to work on this on your own while I work on it. And then in 8 minutes, anyone who solved it can chime in. Don't solve it beforehand, though. I mean, don't announce your solution beforehand. I'll just talk a little bit in general philosophically while you guys are still working. Some of you have finished. So what we've got here is our compromise, our trade-off. The trade-off is, it's nice, it's not fun when you do a puzzle game and stuff and you're playing with someone and they solve everything before you can even wrap your mind around it. Some of us are slower than others, faster than others on certain things, and it's nice to feel involved in puzzles. So, but on the other hand, we don't want to sit here. Obviously, we're not going to sit here for hours on something. So the compromise we have is this thing where if I can solve it just while I'm playing, then I'll do so. If we get to a more meaty puzzle, a more interesting thing, we try to trade off by saying we're going to give at least a couple of minutes, at least 10 minutes to work on this. And then at the end of that time, if I can't figure it out, but someone else in the channel has, then it's okay. We'll just use their solution, and I don't need to sit there till I figure it out. But mostly mostly I'm playing this to enjoy it. So if there's, I wouldn't want to play a game where all of the puzzles get solved by other people. But this is our compromise. Everyone gets a couple minutes to work on the hard problems, and then at that point we use whoever could figure it out quickest. But this will be something, if you watch these streams, if you don't watch them live, you can just pause it. If you watch them live, then this is where you'll figure out whether this ruins it for you. Like, let's say you were trying to figure this out and you didn't figure out this puzzle. You have to decide for yourself, is it more enjoyable to have us as a group solve it? Or would you rather stop watching now, pause it, work on it, and then resume? That's absolutely fine too. You decide what gives you the most pleasure. And if you haven't figured it out by the time some of us do not let that discourage you. I mean, being a fast thinker about these things, there's very little to be said for that. I'm much more in favor of determination than speed. So do not let it make you feel bad if it takes you longer to solve certain puzzles than others. All right, looks like we are almost done here, counting down. And we're getting practice doing all this too. That's the fun part. Now, why is it? All right, so what did everyone get? Let's see what the chat says. John says, cook on the stove for 30 minutes, stirring constantly. Yes. All right, so let's just explain what's happened here. That's what I've got too. It said, the key clue, Jonathan seemed to have figured out before we read that clue from the website, but the key clue seemed to be here. My recipe is as easy as ABC. You should number using the odds. So basically what we've got here is kind of cute. I see these things are confusing. What we've got here is the letters from A to Z are numbered using the odds. So A is 1, B is 3, C is 5. So you're skipping all the evens. So instead of having letters go from 1 to 26, A to Z, you've got from 1 to 51. And so that's why when we saw that these were all the odd numbers, and notice the highest number is 49, that would have been the clue. That was another nudge towards this idea that the letters are just each getting one of the odd numbers. So once you do that, letter 5 is a C, 29 was the O, 21 was the K. When you do that all out, it says cook on the stove for 30 minutes, stirring constantly. Now, having decoded that, first of all, it surprised me that Jonathan could see how to make sense of this so quickly. But now, having decoded that, how is that helpful to us? It doesn't seem like it is. So whether this is just sort of practice, you could see how this might be like, okay, this same code is going to be used in one of the puzzles, and this was just to help us figure out how to understand this code. So we're going to be keeping our eye open for the use of odd numbers in this range. But there is no QR code here. There is no puzzle to be solved. We've just decoded this recipe, which is useless to us. So we're not sure why that's important for us to have figured that out. Cook on the stove for 30 minutes, stirring constantly. I mean, if something asks us, how long do you cook on the stove, we would say 30 minutes. But other than that, my gut seems to say that maybe it's just to practice using that code, but the channel says differently. The channel says maybe something we need to know timer. That's an interesting theory. All right. Let's do this. It's not really a recipe, though. It's good instructions. Okay, let's do this. It suggested we do these in order. Let's look at our first puzzle in this book. And then we'll decide whether we want to spend some time on these people first before trying to do this. But let's look at our first official puzzle here. Here is one that is unworthy. Look within the families of 3 or more. Now ignore the family that has the mother's name. Between 2 families, you now must search. Consider the head of each and look within the family that has the least successful head. Now within this family, you should find the one that is the youngest. They are the one that is unworthy. Okay. And they want us to solve these in order. So it's suggesting that we should be able to solve this in order. Look within the families of 3 or more. Ignore the family that has mother's name. Okay, so this is clearly family tree and card business. So I think I like the idea of let's work on this a little bit. So here's our family tree, Edison McLean and Tammy McLean. All right, let's see if we can do something with these. I notice already there are a couple that are different colored. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. These look like they're greenish. All right, let's see. Let's identify the McLeans. These are McLean. They're all McLeans. Okay. Look with the families of 3 or more. Okay, let's see. So I guess here's a family of 4, right? Daughter or son, spouse, and 2 kids. That's a family of 4, and here's a family of 4. Okay, so we've got, oh, we want 3 or more. Okay, so this is a family of 3. So we've got 3 families. This one must be adopted or single, divorced. Okay, so we've got 3 families of 3 or more. Ignore the family that has the mother's name. They're all McLeans. What about... Is one named Tammy? Looks like we might have to read the back of these to see who's marrying in and what were they born with. Okay, let's take a look then. I guess we're going to have to go through these. Jonathan is saying good night. Jonathan, it was good to see you. All right, let's see. What's the best order to do this in? I guess we'll just pick one and start. All right, let's just go through these. Let's take our time, go through these, and try to make sense of them. Here's Rob McLean. Let's see if this is going to work on this background. Date of birth, 9/21/65. I really should have tuned these markers a little bit better for this 4K camera. He's the least successful of my children. Without myself and the other family members helping him out, he would have gone bankrupt twice. Poor boy has no business sense at all and is a disgrace to the family. Then he's the least successful of my children. So he is one of the children. It's another setback. Okay, now we're talking to him. Interview. Another setback. I always come through, so I don't see a need to worry about it. Besides, everyone should have to experience loss. It builds character, and that's something both of my brothers need. Maybe then they'd stop looking at me like some undesirable dog just because I am down on my luck. So he's got brothers. Both of my brothers need. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 people total that are direct descendants. Okay, so let's put him somewhere. He's a direct descendant. Let's get the rest of the men out that could be brothers. Let's see if we can do it that way. Okay, born in 65. So let's see, who else was born? That's 20 years later, so these seem quite a bit younger. Okay, here's some more that look like more men that look like they were born around the same date as Rob. Edison says, Joshua is all right in his own way. He's a bit of a chip on his shoulder, but he's good enough businessman and son-in-law. All right. So I wonder if there's a better way to... Okay, let's do it this way. So this one's a son-in-law. So he's not a direct son. Let's just read his interview while we're here, though. I'd be lying if I didn't say I find this whole situation amusing. I especially like seeing Nick and Charlie knock down a peg. I've been part of this family for nearly 30 years now. I'm a successful businessman and entrepreneur who owns several wineries across the country. And I'm still treated like a lesser, even by those leeches Robert and Sarah. All because I'm new money compared to their old money. The only good person in this family is my wife. I don't see how a family like this one could have raised such a kind yet strong person. I never knew my parents, which is why I decided to take my wife's last name. So, given that he was born in 68 and Rob, the son, was born in 65, I think what we're looking at here is a spouse of the one sister. And I think we're going to get a daughter and 3 brothers is what I'm expecting now. All right, let's look at this next one. Born in 63. Edison says he's a driven businessman and is the most financially successful of my children. Okay, so here's another son and a brother to Rob. Who is this? This is Nicholas. And here we had Joshua, who took the name of his wife. So he's going to be like that. All right, let's see what we've got here. He's a driven businessman and is the most financially successful of my children. He's a very cold and hard man who uses his dominating presence to get his way, both in business world and everyday life. I can't believe this has happened. My father knows I'm the right choice to be the next head of the family, and now his little games are going to cost me the medallion. I've worked too hard for too long to let the coat of arms slip through my fingers. You will find who is responsible for this, and before you tell my father, you will tell me. He's getting old and wouldn't be up to handling this task. If I am to be the next head of the family, it's time I start taking on the responsibilities. Make sure you make the right choice when the time comes. I'm the one whose good side you want to stay on. All right, and then we have 1961. He's been a kind of keen. He has a keen mind and a sharp wit. Who's this? Charles McLean. Through his shrewd investing, he's become a wealthy man in his own right, only coming up short when compared to his younger brother, Nicholas, who's here. His wife passed away, giving birth to his only child. So this is going to be our widow son. Let's keep reading his thing before we put him there. I'm not buying Nick's indignation act. This is the type of underhanded ploy he would pull. I never cared that Nick has gained more wealth or notoriety than me because I know it's only a matter of time before his shady business practices come back to bite him. That's what will happen here. Keep an eye on Nick, and I'm sure the coat of arms will turn up. Okay, so here's our widow son. So he's going to go there. And then we're not sure where these three go, but these are all direct descendants. Sorry, these two are direct descendant sons. So the three brothers are here. One is widowed, so we know we lock him in. We don't know exactly where these go. These are identical, so we don't know exactly where these go. We know this is the in-law. And these are two brothers. So we can't exactly lock them in here yet. We know this guy is an in-law, but he could go here, 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 which is just a way of saying he could have two kids or one kid. Okay, let's find the daughter. So I'm going to put the men aside for now, the other men, since we've found those. Let's find the daughter. She's going to have a year in the 60s, probably. Okay, so there's our three women born in the 60s. Some are going to be wives, and one is going to be the daughter. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see if we can find the daughter. The nicest thing I can say about Sarah, she isn't as big a failure as Robert, but that's not saying much. At least she's loyal to him, and they somehow raised a daughter that is more promising than both of them put together. I hope this can get resolved soon and they can get back to the competition. I feel like this is my husband's chance to shine. He's such a creative thinker and his ideas are amazing. We just need more time and money to fully develop them. Care for a marijuana mint? Don't worry, they're just marijuana flavored. They don't contain any real drugs. It was one of Rob's ideas, see? What did I tell you? He's a genius. Okay, so this is Robert's wife. Where is Robert? Which one of these is Robert? There's Robert right there. And they only have one daughter. So that puts Robert here with his wife here. With one daughter. That means Nicholas is over here with two children. And the daughter has two children. And this son... Okay, so these I think are exactly right. Because these two positions are identical, so we don't care if this is the same as this. Makes no difference. Sorry, this and this. All right. So we found the wife of Robert, and they have a daughter. Did we get the name of the daughter? I think we did. What was the name of the daughter? Sarah isn't as big of a loser. They raised a daughter more promising than both of them. I guess we didn't get the name of the daughter. All right, let's try to find the wife. And the daughter. Let's find the real daughter. Who are we looking at here? Rebecca. Rebecca is a successful career woman. We have a close relationship. She's also always closer to her mother, Tammy. She tries to stay out of family politics and drama because she doesn't have the stomach for it. She's a good mother to her 2 children. Interview. I never bought into the superstition around the medallion. I honestly wish my family could just let it go. It's caused more division in this family than anything else. Maybe if it's gone, the McLeans would stop focusing on money. I see how it's changed my kids over the years, and even my own husband has been affected by it. I wish Mom was still alive. She knew how to bring everyone together without all the fighting. I'm going to try to be more like her. I even found her secret recipe for English toffee and tried to make it early. I think I did a passable job. All right, so you guys might be right about timeline alibi, but there's the daughter. So the daughter... The natural born daughter goes here. They've got 2 children, that's confirmed, and this is the son-in-law. So those are locked in. That's locked in, that's locked in. This is locked in because we know they have 1 child. All right, let's see if we can find this guy's wife. So this Nicholas, and this is Crystal. Let's see if Crystal is Nicholas's wife. Edison says she's quiet, shy lass when Nicholas first married her, but over the years she's grown bitter and resentful. Nicholas is not an easy man, and I believe she's drowned her troubles with alcohol or other substances over the years. And now we're interviewing her. Well, I've been part of this family for 27 years, and all that time I've never seen them knocked back on their heels. Never thought I'd see the day my husband didn't get his way. Almost makes this get-together worth coming to. I just wish I had my camera out to get Nicholas's photo when he found out his precious medallion was gone. Okay, so there's Nicholas's wife. So we've slotted her in. And now we've got the grandchildren left. And I think someone in the chat was saying, flip them over when we got it. The only reason I'm going to keep these up, it would be nice. It's too bad their names aren't on the backs too, because we might need this information. I guess we could flip it for now, so we can see what these couples look like. Okay, Nicholas and Crystal, Rob and Sarah, Joshua and Rebecca and Charles. I like Sarah's style here. She's got some cool little outfit on there. All right, let's see if we can, and we're told that the mother's dead too. All right, let's find the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6 more. We're trying to find kids. These are all born between 87 and 94. All right, let's see. This is Brooke McLean. We'll take a closer look at these people in a bit. Let's see what Brooke is all about. She's beautiful, smart, and outgoing. Those are the words to describe Brooke's outward personality. Once you get to know my granddaughter, you'll find she's a narcissistic woman with her nose so high in the air she's got difficulty seeing people shorter than herself. And here she is. It's so simple. The whole thing is obviously one of Kyle's pranks. He's just mad because grandfather passed him over for consideration. I don't know why he's resentful. It's not like he tries to amount to anything. I just wish he wouldn't try to steal my spotlight. But I guess that's what siblings do. This was my chance to finally put Stefan and Brian in their place and to show that I am a better choice than one of my uncles. Hurry up and finish your little investigating so I can get things back on track. Okay, so what have we got here? She's got a brother, right? Because she's talking about Kyle. That's what siblings do. So we know that she's either here with a brother or here with a brother. She can only be in these two spots. And then she tells us about her uncles. Her uncles are Stephen and Brian. So that means her father is not going to be Stephen or Brian. Wait, what? Stephen and Brian in their place shown better than one of my uncles. This is my chance to finally put Stephen and Brian in their place and to show that I am better choice than one of my uncles. Okay. Shouldn't the uncle be... There's no Stephen and Brian uncle. I'm a little confused by that. Stephen and Brian, show them a better choice than one of my uncles. Maybe she's talking about her cousins, Stephen and Brian. So she's not naming her uncles. She's naming her cousins. I'm just going to put her here for now. Let's see who's next. This is Lindsay McLean. Edison says, Lindsay has a quick mind and a sharp tongue. She's also, well, quirky is the nicest way I can describe her, despite the fact that both of her parents are failures. She has the abilities of a leader and has shown a lot of potential. Okay, both of her parents are failures. She's shown a lot of potential. And then she says, I don't know whether to be impressed by the person that pulled this off or worried for them, because once Grandpa or Uncle Nick finds them, it will not end well. I'm not too concerned about it. I don't think I stood a real chance of winning. Don't get me wrong, I would have loved to see Brian and Brooke's faces if I did win, but I have a realistic view of my abilities. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to make a phone call and there isn't any service in the house. That's one big downside to Grandpa's house. You have to walk out to the end of the driveway to make a phone call. Interesting. Okay, so Uncle Nick. So we know that she is not the daughter of Nicholas. So she's got to go here somewhere. And then she says, I would have loved to see Brian and Brooke's faces. Well, here's Brooke. But she could be talking about a sibling or a cousin. But he does say, both of her parents are failures. Okay, which are the pair of failures? She isn't as big a failure as Robert, but that's not saying much. Okay, so these two Edison considers failures. So it's very likely that she's the daughter here. Does Edison consider any of these other people's failures? Financially successful. Chip, he's a good businessman. Successful career. Sharp wit. Okay, so here are the two failures. That means he describes this daughter as the daughter of the two failures. So that's locked in. That's Lindsay. All right, next up. This is kind of fun. Next up is Kyle McLean. He's a layabout. It's impossible to motivate the boy to do anything. Honestly, his parents, especially my daughter, are to blame. I always felt like they coddled him too much. Okay, we think we know where he goes now. And then Kyle says, yeah, I find the whole situation hilarious. Serves them all right. They're all too stuck up for their own good. Maybe this will knock them all down a peg. And before you ask, no, I didn't take it. Wish I did, though. I love a good prank. Now, if you excuse me, I saw Mom making toffee after Grandfather's speech. Hopefully it will have cooled off and set by now. I think you guys were right that that was going to be her timeline alibi. Okay, so we know that his parents are the one daughter of the Edisons, so we know she's in under this family tree because this is the only daughter. And we could also confirm this, right? He loves a good prank. Who's the one that... The whole thing is obviously one of Kyle's pranks. He's just mad. I don't know why. I wish he wouldn't try to steal my spotlight. That's what siblings do. Okay, so I think this tells us she's saying that her brother... That it's one of Kyle's pranks, and then she goes down to say that's what siblings do. Kyle's pranks, that's what siblings do. So I think that makes her the sibling of the prank person here. So I think these two are locked in. I'm going to leave them up for now, though. Okay, we've only got 3 more. Let's take a look at Stephen McLean. Much like his father, he's a driven man, but he lacks his father's cold dispassion. Instead, Stephen is hot-headed and quick to aggression. So now the medallion is missing? Great, my day just keeps getting better. Earlier, I found out someone had messed with my car's engine. It's a remodeled vintage 1933 Duesenberg, which is difficult to get repaired. When I get my hands on whoever's responsible for this, they're going to regret it. I already know that they had messed with it sometime after Grandfather's speech, but it was before 9:40 because that's when I went outside and noticed the hood wasn't closed properly. When I went to close it, I saw the damage. Since you're already here, you're going to look for whoever messed with my car and let me know. Get this done or I'll ruin your reputation as a detective. Okay, much like his father, he's a driven man. Let's see, who's more driven? This guy, Edison says, is a driven businessman. And this guy, shrewd investing, birth to his only child. Okay, so the driven, much like his father. So I think this is going to be the son of Nicholas. And in addition to figuring out where everything goes, we've got lots of little clues about stuff going on at the mansion that evening. Really quite good. All right. Let's take a look now at Brian McLean. Very gifted and extremely smart. I dare say he's smarter than even his father or myself. Yet the boy does not understand how to motivate people. He's a lot to learn before he can be the kind of leader people will want to follow. If I had to guess who the culprit is, it would either be Stefan or Brooke. Both of them lack the intelligence to play at this level, so stooping to underhanded means would be their only recourse. I suppose it could also be Uncle Nicholas. He's a crafty devil with little regard to decorum. Now, be a good chap and go interrogate someone else. Okay, so Uncle Nicholas means he's not one of Nicholas's kids. That puts him over here. So if all goes well, this is going to be Nicholas's daughter. Let's find out what Amber McLean, otherwise known as Gal Gadot. Let's see what she says. Edison says, she's a sweet girl, shy and reserved. She's intelligent, but lacks the abilities of a leader. She's grown distant from the family over the years. Interview. Sorry, I had to step out for a bit, but I'm getting caught up. So my uncles and cousin lost their precious trinket, huh? Well, I can see why Grandpa called in a detective. This is about to get nastier than the last Thanksgiving get-together. That one almost ended with Kyle and Stefan in the hospital, and they weren't the worst ones that day. Uncle Rob and Uncle Charlie got into an argument with Daddy that made everyone uncomfortable. I sure wish they could be more like Aunt Rebecca. She's the only calm presence left after Grandma passed. Okay, so she's saying Uncle Charlie. That's here. So she's not the daughter of Charlie. And Uncle Rob, who's here, she's not the daughter of Rob. And then Aunt Rebecca, so she's not the daughter of Rebecca, which puts her right there. So we've got our complete family tree, and that was pretty fun. Okay, so Jonathan Warner normally kills the spammers. If anyone else in the chat has administrative permissions to kill those spammers, please do. If not, I'm going to go add you guys now to be moderators so you can kill these spammers. And we'll take a break here. A little bit early, but we'll take a break. We'll get rid of the spammers. We'll add some more moderators to help us do that. Pretty fun. We might want to use some stickers here to keep track of who was in the running, and maybe we'll write their names on the other sides, and maybe we should take a little screenshot of this in case we ever mix this up. So I'm going to take a screenshot. Maybe I'll even print out a screenshot. We'll take a break, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We are playing The Inheritance from the Deadbolt Mystery Society, which has turned out to be a perfect game for Thanksgiving. Whole families gathering, having some infighting. Catching up with the chat, Robert says, I did see something you might have missed in the East Suite view. Okay, I'm going to do that in a moment. Before we do that, though, let me just show you what I've done. I've printed out a copy of this from the screenshots so we can restore their locations if we ever mix them up, so we don't have to worry about that. I'll just put that off to the side. And I have cleared the space above so I can slide this out of the way and bring it back when we need it. So that should be convenient. And the last thing I wanted to do before we moved on is, now that we've got the full family tree, I wanted to return back to the introduction for a second, where he told us the names of the 8 people chosen to participate in this contest to win head of family. And I thought we would use a little sticker to mark those people, because that might be significant at some point. So let's do that. So Amber, Brooke, Brian, are they all the, is it all the grandchildren? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's more than that. Okay, so Amber, she's in the running. Let me not use the red. I'm trying to use stickers that the mark won't confuse the marker. Okay, so Amber is in the running to be head of family. Brooke is in the running. There's Brooke. Brian is in the running. So all the grandchildren look like they're in the running. Lindsay. Nicholas. Okay, so one of the sons is also in the running. Put this back on. Rob is in the running. That's another one of the sons. And Stephen. Should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who did I miss? Nicholas, Lindsay, Nicholas, and Rob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who have I missed? Amber, Brooke, Brian. I don't think I got Brian. No, I did get Brian. Charles. Widower. Charles, Lindsay, Nicholas, Rob, and Stephen. Okay, so I've marked the family members who are playing the game. You might expect that they wouldn't be the one who stole it. And we might want to mark them on their other side, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, so before we go to our first puzzle, let's go back to the East Suite and look at what Robert says we might have missed. Okay, Robert, I'm going to click in here. Okay, Robert, where was the thing you think we might have missed? Did we look at this? Oh, that's not a circle to click on. That's just jam. It's all weird, that thing there. We think she might have an time alibi. Robert says top floor. Okay. Second landing. Here we are. Another bag. More shoes. Some missing shoes. This was the locked door. Robert says, do you want me to be direct or give a hint? You can just tell us, Robert. Like, we've all had a chance to look at it. If Robert has noticed something we missed, I'm okay with hearing it. It's a little reminiscent of Chronicles of Crime, this 3D. Robert says there are two doors. One is open. Are you saying there was a room we didn't go into? Let's see. This door is locked tight. And then this door. As you approach the door, you hear two muffled voices. Quietly, you get close enough to hear the conversation. Sorry. I didn't show it to you. Okay, so let's just close this. So Robert was saying we checked this door, which was locked, but we didn't even bother to look in this door, which if we click on it says, as you approach the door, you can hear two muffled voices. Quietly, you get close enough to hear the conversation. Click here to listen to the conversation. All right. So it's one of the enjoyments of doing these streams is sort of just learning to get better at the technology. So yes, thank you, Robert. All right, let's see if I can listen to it at the same time you can. If I can't, I may have a thing I can toggle. Let's try to listen to it.
Rob, what do you mean it's a fake? Just as Sarah, this isn't the real McLean medallion. I would know. I saw it enough times growing up. That means that someone else got to it before me. But how? Your father finished his speech at 9:10, and I went up there around 9:40. That leaves only a half-hour window. Don't worry about it. I will think of something. For now, let's keep this to ourselves.
Okay, that was pretty fun. Could you guys hear that okay? Sometimes when it's on YouTube, you can get closed captioning. All right, so I'm going to make a note here about, well, let's use a card, actually. Okay, so we overheard a conversation. We overheard a conversation on the second floor. Let's listen to it again.
Rob, what do you mean it's a fake? Just as Sarah, this isn't the real McLean medallion. I would know. I saw it enough times growing up. That means that someone else got to it before me. But how? Your father finished his speech at 9:10, and I went up there around 9:40. That leaves only a half-hour window. Don't worry about it. I will think of something. For now, let's keep this to ourselves.
Okay. So what did we hear there? What we heard was Robert and Sarah talking. And Robert says, this medallion you've brought me is a fake. And she says, how can that be? There was such a small window where I went in and stole it. She said, the father finished the speech at 9:10. She stole this medallion at 9:40. And it's a fake, meaning someone else got to it between 9:10 and 9:40 when she stole it. And then Rob says, let's keep it quiet. So where is our Rob and Sarah? Okay, so Rob and Sarah are our husband and wife here. So at 9:10, the father's speech ends. By 9:40, in that half-hour window, she breaks into the study and steals the medallion. She's now showing it to Rob, and Rob says, it's fake. This thing you stole is fake. That means someone else must have stole the real thing and replaced it with a fake between 9:10 and 9:40, and he says, let's keep it between us. Okay, I believe that's everything there. So let me know if you disagree with that. We're going to just put this card off to the side. It sounds like we're going to have to be working out a careful timeline. It's ironic that Jonathan has left us because every game we play, the thing Jonathan likes the most is working on timelines. Here's a case where it seems like the timeline is important. Okay. So it sounds like maybe she stole it to give to her husband, so her husband, well, I don't know, would win, whatever. Okay, let's, now that we've done that, that's great information. Now let's rewind a bit and go to our first puzzle. Let me just move some of this out of the way. Now, we should say that her conclusion is, or Rob's conclusion is, that someone else stole the real medallion and replaced it with a fake. But we should say that we don't know that that's what happened. It's possible that the father figure, the Edison McLean, put a fake in the space from the get-go. Unlikely, but it's possible. Okay, let's look at our first clue here, our first puzzle. One that is unworthy. Look within the families of 3 or more. Okay, so the families of 3 or more is, here's a family of 4, here's a family of 3, and here's a family of 4. So these 3 families. Ignore the family that has the mother's name. Ignore the family that has the mother's name. I guess they're saying this family we should ignore because remember, it's the daughter's name, and the father took the mother's name. So I think it's saying to ignore this one. That just gives us these 2. Between the 2 families, you now must search. Consider the head of each, which would be Nicholas and Rob. Look within the family that has the less successful head. Well, we know that's these 2, right? These are the losers. So now we're on this family. Within this family, you should find the one that's the youngest. That would be Lindsay. They're the one that's unworthy. So I think we're saying that Lindsay's ruled out. She's unworthy. And remember that use the first names in alphabetical order of 2 suspects you eliminated that were not part of his game. Well, she is part of her game, so she's not the answer to this. Here is one that's unworthy. These are definitely the least successful, right? He is the least successful. All right, I think she's unworthy, is what we're being told. I guess we can make a note that Lindsay is unworthy. She is the youngest, right? Within this family, you should find the one that is the youngest. Let's just make sure. Sarah was born in 67. Lindsay was born in 95. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're told Lindsay is now unworthy. And that's all that this puzzle gives us. Okay. Let's move on to puzzle number 2. Another unworthy one will be revealed if you can put all these pieces together. Okay. So puzzle number 2. So it looks like we're gradually we're getting rid of people that are unworthy. And then at some point, we'll be able to find the first 2 that are eliminated that are not part of the game. And once we do that, then we'll get that forensic envelope. Okay, so this is interesting. Let's take a closer look at this one. If you can put the pieces together and they go down this way. I mean, they look a little bit like fragments of letters. Are we going to get... Are you going to get one phrase here? But boy, it's weird, right? Like there's a V that looks like a typeset V. Maybe not. What are the pieces of this clue? We've got an arrow down. Seems like maybe we're connecting these. Like each column produces one thing. And then why are there dots? And the dots are at different margins. Like this dot is at the left of this box. This dot is at the center of this box. This dot's at the right of this box. So, okay, good. Here we go. It's an uneven grid too, yes. Okay, so take a look at this one though. If you combine them vertically, what you got here is a Y. Look at this. This is the base of the Y. That's the left line. This is the middle and the right. So I think if we look at this like this one's a Y. Okay. And in the chat, Logan says the first one's an R. So there's a vertical line, and then here's the R is curving together. So yes, I think this is an R. Okay, so they're not in any particular order, but they've got to combine. So what's this? This is an O, right? It's either an O or a C. I guess it looks more like a C. But probably if it's the second letter, it's an O. Right? Like it's just the quadrants of a circle. Okay, what about this one? That looks like a B, right? This looks like a line. Okay, what is this letter? Here we have another... It's a little hard to tell what this one is. It's not a full circle anymore. I'm a little unsure what this one is. What about this one? This will serve your spatial reasoning if you can in your head... Ah, sorry guys. Sorry. Okay, so there's our R, there's our circle O, this is our B, this is just a line, maybe a divider, can't tell. What do you make out of this one? This looks like, I guess you could try to draw it, right? Like it goes this way, and then That's an S. I guess when you draw it, it's a little easier. So this gives us a line and then a like this, and then a this, and then a this. So that's going to be an N, I think. Maybe. What about this one? This one looks like an O again. I'm not sure I'm getting these right, but we can play with it later. This looks like there's a line, there's a dot, there's a T. This is a weird one here. Looks like maybe, well, let's do the ones we can get. There's this. Is that a W? Yeah, that's a W. What about this one? This is another O or C. Oh, this is going to be worthy, right? W-R-T-H-Y. Rob's not worthy. Rob's not worthy. Okay, John got it in the chat. Okay. I'll tell you what. I mean, I gotta say that these are the kinds of puzzles that you want in these kinds of games. I've talked before about how Hunt a Killer gets, I've posted on Twitter about how Hunt a Killer frequently seems to completely misunderstand what's enjoyable about cracking ciphers and codes. And one of the ways that the Deadbolt Mystery Society seems to understand what's enjoyable here is, look at this. We've got this clever little spatial puzzle, but it's not just that it's clever, it's that we know some context for what kind of content it's likely to say. And when you put those together, it makes it easier to solve this. Like we start to see WO and we heard unworthy in the first thing. So it sort of speeds up. It makes all of these puzzles, as you understand them better, go more quickly and more enjoyable. So you have to sort of understand how to do it first. And then once you understand how to do it, the fact that you know information means that you don't have to sit there for 4 hours doing grunt work. Okay, so Rob's not worthy. So we just learned a new person who's not worthy is Rob. So let's go back up here. Rob is not worthy. Okay. I guess we'll rotate him in the, maybe we'll put him upside down. Okay, so this family is looking not worthy. This was another person who was part of the game. That was number 1. Number 2 is Rob's not worthy. All right. We don't need this anymore. And we're going to note that we found that Rob was not worthy on puzzle number 2 in case we need to go back to it. All right, and then we jump back to this book for puzzle number 3. Okay, maybe it was better turning them sideways. Okay, find the unworthy to see the way forward on this path. Then you will know what to look for in the old man's study. Okay, so this is going to tie into this. So we were right that this was not ready to be solved yet. But once we do this, we'll be able to solve that one. Find the unworthy to see the way forward on this path. Then you'll know what to look for. All right. Find the unworthy to see the way forward on this path. So this is going to be what to look for in the study. And it's something he couldn't put his finger on. Well, let's think about this from a cipher standpoint. Let's take a high level, top level view of, so I don't know what the right word for that is. You can see these aren't acronyms, right? L is not a single letter word, so this is probably going to be, this is going to be a word. So each section here is going to be its own word. It looks like it's probably, just based on first glance, that it's going to be a substitution cipher of some sort, Caesar cipher or whatever. So that maybe an L might be an I. This would be a good word to attack if we have some theory of what might be missing from the study. We were thinking it might be cigar. No. 2 sentences. Find the unworthy to see the way forward on this path. What would that mean, see the way forward? And this is going to be telling us one of the people. Interesting. To see the way forward on this path. That's very interesting. Let's put up our countdown and work on it in silence for a bit. And then if anyone finds it while we're doing that, you can wait till we end the 10 minutes. You might expect to see someone's name in here. Notice that there's some similarity patterns. It's like, is this a Q? QRS something, QRS something. I almost thought that would be like not worthy, WORTHY. But that doesn't really make sense if each letter maps to a consistent vowel, because not worthy, the second letter of each should be the same if that was true. But it is sort of surprising. OGQRS, OGQRS, and here's another QRS. Like, why is there so much repeating phrases? Three-letter words, there aren't that many of them. If this was the, T-H-E, then that would be H and T. Seems unlikely. Single letter word, that would be either an I or an A, right? Let's just see here. Let's play around a little bit. Has anyone found the solution yet? I'm gonna start another countdown. But if someone has figured it out, let me know. R is H, S is E. Yeah, that's what I was playing with. I was also looking at this. Find unworthy to see the way forward on this path. Then you will know what to look for. So I was thinking, like, this guy, Charles, has glasses, and it says, keep an eye on Nick. So I was thinking maybe there's some, it's very, this statement about to see the way forward on this path. I mean, that's obviously a key little tip, but I don't know how to make sense of it. All right, well, let's keep looking then. I mean, assuming that each letter gets replaced, we should be able to find it if we keep just playing with this. I just would like, it seems like this is the other more directed way to figure it out, by figuring it out. L is either an I or an A. Assuming that it always stays the same. So you would guess maybe that the Q is a T. Either it or at. And QRS could be the, but then RHQ. If QRS is the, then RHQ has to be H blank T. So a hat, a hot. Is it possible this says a hot meal? If H is O, a hot, and then, no, it can't be hot meal because there's our R. Hot. H has got to be O. There's our E. O, O. I guess it could be an E too, but it seems like O is our best bet. Well, it'd be useful to scan this out. I'm thinking this is like in the S-T-U-D-Y. I wonder if S-T-U-D-Y. That's going to be study, in the study. This is going to be in the study. Okay, that gives us a big bit of clues. I think OG is going to be IN, in, and then QRS is going to be the, and then P is going to be an S, Q we already know is a T, then T goes to U, D, S, T, U, D stays the same, X becomes Y. I think that's going to be in the study. That gives us a lot of letters. And if O is an I, then L can't be an I, so L would have to be an A. Let's see, A, H, blank, T, then we have H, E, blank, D, a hothead, it could be, no, can't be hothead, yes, a hothead. This is a hothead. Okay, so H becomes O. All right, so let's see if I can, I'm gonna turn this off because I think we're on the verge of this here. Okay, so I got this last thing to be in the study. With that, I've got a whole bunch of letters. If OG is in, that means L, the single letter, had to be probably an I or an A. So if it can't be the I, then it has to be the A. And then we've got a H blank T, H-E blank, both L, this has to be the A. So this is going to be a hothead, I think. Yeah, it can't be hathead. This is going to be a hothead. And then the E I don't know, but the O is an I. The C we don't know, but the S is an E. A hothead something. Then P is an S. Q is a T. E. J we don't know. R is an H. S is an E. And G we don't know. Then V we don't know, but O is an I. And the two E's we don't know, but it's got to be something like an L. I think it's going to turn out that E is an L. If E is an L, that becomes L, L, L. A hothead like, that's going to be, C is going to be a K. A hothead like, and this is going to be Stephen, right? P-H-E-N. So that makes our G go to N, and J goes to P. A hothead like Stephen, this is going to be a W, so V goes to W. A hothead like Stephen, and we don't know what the M is, but we know that's a U, an I, and an N. So that's going to be ruin. So we know M goes to R. A hothead like Stephen will ruin. Then this is the. And then A we don't know yet. But L goes to K. F we don't know yet. but then O goes to I, E goes to L, and X goes to T. We'll ruin the... Sorry, that's not a T, that's a Y. We'll ruin the... Have I gotten something wrong? L goes to K, F we don't know, O goes to I, E goes to L. What word is this here? Will ruin... A hothead like Stephen will ruin the... That should be family, right? F-A-M. So that would mean A goes to F, and F goes to M. So why did I mistranslate this L? We already know L is A, so I don't know why how I did. Oh, this was a C. C goes to K. A hothead like Stephen will ruin the family. What's the next part say? L O O K. Look. This is going to be in, right? Do we not know what... Look, A. L is A. Why is that not written down there somewhere? It's the first thing we got. Oh, L is A. I put it over here. Okay. A, and then Q is at. Look at. Then we've got T, H, E. We don't know what I is yet. T, U, S. Then N. Look at the bust. It's going to be bust, isn't it? So that would mean I goes to B. Look at the bust in the study. Okay. So it looks like you guys got it a little bit, well, you decoded the important word before me. Well done. But I think it was my breakthrough with in the study that helped us. So I'll take some credit for that. A hothead like Stephen will ruin the family. Look at the bust in the study. Okay. Then you will know, find the unworthy. So the first thing we know now is that Stephen has become unworthy. It's interesting that it looks like we're going through the people that were playing the game first. So it might be that we'll get this near the end when we eliminate people who weren't even in the running. Okay, so Stephen just got eliminated, is unworthy. And we know what to look for in the study. So now we can bring this up and do this. Shall we do it? Let's do it. Okay. All right. Oops, over here. All right. Download file again. Okay. Let's open it up. Okay, password protected. We're finally going to get a chance. Let me see if I can fix this here. We're finally getting a chance to see if I can improve our performance, what we ran into last time. So something that he couldn't put his hands on was the bust. So we're going to type bust in here to unlock this thing. What happened? I'm a little bit confused because the name. Look at what the name of the file is. The name of the file is bust. Something's some mistake got made here. The name of the file is bust. That was a mistake. Like that was a Deadbolt Mystery Society mistake. But if we type in bust, it says the password is incomplete. I know what it's going to be. It's going to be the bust, right? Because it's underlined the three. Did you guys already figure that out? Look, the question is, what in the study should you examine? But look, what we didn't pay, it's the 7 letters here are underlined. So it's THEBUST. Yeah, so THEBUST. But it does seem like it's a little bit of a mistake to call this file bust. THEBUST. Okay. Now, after examining the bust, you lift up and find a card from the thief under it. Brian is not one the family will follow, so it's decoded for us. That's interesting. Let's do something here. Looks like we might need that code for something else. Let me see if I can't take a screenshot of this for printing out in a little bit. But also, I've done a screenshot. Now, what I want to do here, when we played the first 2 games by Deadbolt Mystery Society, they also made use of these encrypted PDF files. And one of the painful parts about it is once you move on from this page, if you ever try to go back, you need to put in the password again. And by the time you get to the end, you don't know it. So what we're going to do now is, I tested this a while ago, so I know how to do this. I just have to find the right menu since I've forgotten. We're going to save the unencrypted version of this. Let's see. Save a copy. Removed password copy. I think that's what we want. Leave blank to remove password. And then we select it. COA bust not protected. We click OK. So I think now, let me just test this. If I close all these, I can open this up just by clicking on it. There we go. That's how we do things here. Okay, so now we can bring this up whenever we need to. All right, so let's go back to our list here of eliminated people. So on puzzle 3, we eliminated Stephen. And now we're told Brian is not one the family will follow. So this is our postcard from the study. Brian is not one family will follow. It's a little weird, though, that it wasn't phrased the way our other things were phrased, right? Like it's not phrased as unworthy. So the question is, are we considering Brian now as eliminated from whatever this is? Is Brian is on our list of participants. So if the family won't follow him, it seems like that would eliminate him. But it's weird that it's encrypted. So just before we leave this, let me just point out that, let's see, maybe it is better to do this. nice and zoomed in. So I see that the letters are consistent, like the L's always map to the same thing. So let's take a nice big screenshot of this. I see, I haven't made it so it turns off that. Okay. Let's just do it that way. I'll have to print it out with me in it. All right. Well, that's some real progress. Okay, I've printed that out for us to look at it. Presumably it's going to come up in another puzzle at some point. Let's take our break here. We'll come back. We'll continue. So far, it feels to me like another winner of a case. I don't know how they're doing it. This took a lot of effort, this game. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing The Inheritance from the Deadbolt Mystery Society. Having fun, I am at least. Let's check in with the chat and see if anyone is still here with us. We've got John and Logan. We're here before the break. Let's see if they're still here. I was just putting in my notes that we've got two that are semi-eliminated. So we've got these three that we're told were unworthy. Then we just found something hidden under the bus that said Brian was, the family won't follow him. So that might eliminate him. And then I want to remind us that we think for timeline reasons that maybe Rebecca is also out of the running because she's the one that prepared that meal that took 30 minutes of constant stirring and everyone liked the meal, is what she said. I even tried the English toffee recipe. I did a passable job. The others liked it. And we were told when we overheard Sarah and Rob that the speech ended at 9:10 and she stole her thing at 9:40. So that would mean someone else stole the medallion between that time. That would eliminate Rebecca. So I think if we're trying to track down who could have stolen it, if that's what these clues give us, then that would eliminate Rebecca and the bust might eliminate Brian. But these aren't for sure. But we're making real progress here. Okay, Robert says he's still here. Shay is still here. John is still here. And Logan is here. Logan says what I've been thinking. This company's pretty solid if they keep this up in other boxes. Yeah, I mean, even if this is an extra unusually good game, if you get these on sale, boy, these are pretty impressive little boxes for 15 bucks. I mean, very impressive boxes with a lot of gameplay in it. We still haven't opened the envelopes. We've still got a lot of suspects. All right, let's continue our game. That was puzzle 3. So next up, we're going to volume 2. We don't know why there are 2 volumes, right? That's a little weird. Why are there 2 volumes? We don't know, but let's look at puzzle 4. Puzzle 4 now looks a bit familiar. There's that script we just saw. Fill in what you know, the rest should become clear. Okay. So this was our thing we just read. So this looks pretty straightforward, right? There's our alphabet. So I guess we're just going to walk through this. Let's see. I'd like to give you a closer view of this, but I guess maybe this is the best to do. Okay. Family. I just want to make sure what's a what. Okay, so here's our W, so that's a W. Okay, this is an H. 3 circles is a Y. Then we've got a gap. Then we've got another W. Then we've got a square box, which is an O. Then we've got a right paren. It's hard to know if this is one symbol, multiple symbols, but we don't have it. So there's a gap there. Then we've got an L. And then we've got this box, which I don't think we have. That's another blank. Y, W, O, some number of letters, maybe multiple letters, L, something. Okay, next word. That's a T. That's an H. That's an E. Here we have an unknown. And then what's this? That's an A. And this M is an N. Okay, next line. We've got an S, T, and we've got our mysterious symbol. And then we've got another symbol we don't know. We don't know what this one is by itself. Another blank. And then what's this? This is a little weird. Like these look like this one, if you can see it, looks a little like this R. But I don't know. Let's just leave it blank for now. This is I, N. Then we've got S. That's our E. Oh, I guess we do know what this is. Do we encounter that somewhere else? No. Okay, S, E. This one we don't know. This we know is an O. N. And then here's our mystery one again. Okay, and then we've got our mystery letter. E. S. This one, I don't think we've seen this. Mystery. O with the line on the top. That's an I. And this little creature is a T. Then this is an E. Okay, this is an H. I. S. This one is an A. This I don't think we know. This one is our E. Then this symbol we've not seen, glasses, and E. Okay, last one. It's our mystery letter again. H, O, S, E, N. That's going to be chosen. Okay. Why would the man van in his chosen? Okay, let's do the ones we want. I think this is going to be U and D. Let's use a different one. So maybe I can get close up a little bit with this. Okay. So I think this is going to be, why would, not too many other words that could be there. Why would the, this is going to be C for chosen. Let's see if any of those other letters, this is the U is our parentheses. So let's see, we've got another one of these here. S, T. So we think this would be a U. How many more of those? No, that's it. Okay. What about D? We got a lot of those, if that's a D. So we've got one here. And that's going to be second, which is consistent with our chosen. Okay. Got a couple more of those. Where was that? D. Despite, that's going to be a P. D-E-S-P is this diamond. I don't think we have any more of those. Despite his, this is going to be a B, right? B chosen, I think. Do you have any more of those? Despite his, why would the man stuck in second despite his, why would the man stuck in second despite his, what word am I? I suppose this doesn't have to be a B. Why is this throwing me though? Do we know this is an A? Yes, we do know that that's an A. Let's do the rest. We do know that this is a C. Yes, that's a C. So this is going to be a K. So why would the, and then we think this is M. If that's M, do we have any more of those? That's the W on top of W. Don't have any more of those. Why would the man stuck in second despite his something be chosen? This is going to be B. Why am I drawing a blank? This letter is somewhere else. Yes, let's find it. Where is this T symbol? It's not used anywhere else, this T. We've only got one use of it here. Abe, ace, despite his, why would the man stuck in second despite his ace be stolen? Is it, it can't be C. We can look for what letters it couldn't be. A, D, E, G, age, despite his age. Why would the man stuck in second despite his age be chosen? Okay, there we go. All right, this is puzzle 4. Age, despite, stuck in second despite his age. Okay, well, who is stuck in second despite his age? I guess we're thinking about who is the first born but in second place. 1963, 1965, 1968, 1961. So here's our firstborn. He's become a wealthy man, only coming up short when compared to his younger brother, Nicholas. So here is Charles, born in 61, so firstborn. It says, become a wealthy man, only coming up short when compared to his younger brother, Nicholas. So here he is, coming up in second place, stuck in second, despite his age. So he would not be chosen, we're told. Okay, so we've eliminated Charles. Making progress. Charles from puzzle number 4. Okay. Let's put this, I don't know where to put these then when we're done with them. We don't need them anymore, but okay. And then we don't think we probably won't need this anymore. So we'll just attach those together. Okay, that was a nice one. That was fun. I guess I'll just put this on the ground here. Okay, puzzle number 5. Wait, what happened? We skipped something. Look, here was puzzle number 3 when we found the bust. But then look, it says 3 continued. So I didn't notice that. So let's back up a little bit. What does this say? It says, the unworthy will show you the way. Write in alphabetic order the first names of the first 2 found unworthy. Then fill in the rest with the remaining unused letters, again in alphabetical order, and the key forward is yours. Okay. So, where's our list? The first 2 we found unworthy were Lindsay and Rob. All right. In alphabetical order, write the first names of the first 2 found unworthy. I guess it's saying Lindsay, and then Rob. I think it would be better if I scanned this in, or at least took a picture of it. Because then we want the letters. Yeah, we need to fill in the rest of the remaining unused letters. Well, it would certainly be easier if we scan this. So let's do that. Let me scan this in. What we'll do is we'll just give you a nice top view of this while I do that. It'll just take me a couple minutes. Let's see, what's the best way to do it? Let's do it like this. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just going to scan this in. Okay. That wasn't so bad, right? All right, let's write it in. So, alphabetical order, first names of the 2 people. So we found Lindsay. Then we found Rob. And then it says remaining unused letters. So let's cross off the letters we found. We got an L, an I, an N, a D, an S, an A, a Y, an R, an O, and a B. Then I guess it wants us to write the rest of these letters in, right? In alphabetical order. So we got a C, an E, an F, a G, H, J, K, M, P, Q, T, U, V, W, X, Z. Okay, well, it filled out every letter exactly, so that seems pretty convincing that that's our password. Okay, now the key forward is ours. The key forward. Now we know the key forward. Is it Lindsay or Lindsay with an E? It's with an A. So I did it right. Okay, so we now know the key forward. I think this is our password, is what we've got. But we don't know how to use that, right? We haven't found anything that wants such a password yet. We do have this thing, but this is different. This is alphabetical order to suspects that were not part of Edison's game. That's a different puzzle. That's a different puzzle. So we don't know how to use this yet. We just know that we've solved this key. We'll have to use it at some point. Let's get back to our puzzles now. So now we want puzzle 5. I left it on the scanning bed. Find the unworthy to see that, then you will know what to look for. And then this unworthy will show you the way forward on this path. Yeah, we still don't know what to do with that. Okay, that's okay. Puzzle 4 we did, and now we're up to puzzle 5. Let me just make sure it's not continuing. Okay, here we go. Our next puzzle. There is more to find if you know where to look. Start by eliminating the rooms with room in their name. Then ignore the top 4. You won't find any suites in the suites. Finally, eliminate the rooms that start with 11, 4, or 7. Finding where to look is as easy as ABC. What's left is where you should search. Okay, it's going to be the locked door, maybe. Right? Remember in the... Logan says that was the key to the cipher we brute forced. John says that's what I was thinking. We just made it a bit harder, but we brute forced it. Hothead puzzle just showed. I think I was wondering, surely there had to be another way to solve that other than being clever about the translation. And you guys are saying this is the key. Yes, there's C and K. Where's our page? Where did we write it? Well, somewhere we wrote the mappings, and yes, S went to E, C went to K, E went to L. Okay, so yes, this was the. Okay, so this was the key. We don't need this anymore, so we actually have solved that, and we're done with it. But now we've got this puzzle still. which is quite intriguing. There's more to find if you know where to look. I think that's going to be the locked door. Start by eliminating the rooms with room in their name. Then ignore the top floor. You won't find any suites in the suites. Eliminate the rooms that start with 11, 4, or 7. Finding where to look is as easy as ABC. What's left is where you should search. What is that nonsense? All right, let's go back to that 3D view. So, okay, let's go full screen. All right. We're in the East Suite. That's the top floor landing. That's the place with the locked room. The door is locked tight. I wonder if this is saying that there's some secret like something we can click on that we can't even see. All right. There's more to find if you know where to look. I think there might be something to click on here that doesn't have a nice little visible click thing. It says, start by eliminating the rooms with room in their name. Ignore the top floor. Eliminate rooms that start with 11, 4, or 7. What does that mean, 11, 4, or 7? Let's go to the ground floor. 11, 4, or 7. What does that mean? There's the clock. 11, 4, 7. I wonder if it's the clock. Because 11 rooms that start with 11, 4, 7. Finding where to look is as easy as ABC. What's left is where you should search. You won't find any suites in the suites. It's clearly this suite. Start by eliminating the rooms with rooms. Okay. We've got the kitchen. We've got the entry. Kitchen and entry are on the ground floor. And on the mid floor, we've got what? We've got the kitchen. The entry. There's more to find if you know where to look. Start by eliminating the rooms with room in their name. Then ignore the top floor. You won't find any suites in the suites. Finally, eliminate the rooms that start with 11. I think it's that damn clock, but I don't know. I'm just tapping the Okay, so sounds like Shay is suggesting this clue about ABC is suggesting that maybe we need to map the letters to numbers, ABC. Okay, so 11 is K, right? 4 is D. And 7 is H? A, B, C, D, E, F, G is G. So if that's right, if we eliminate rooms that start with the 11 is K, that would be kitchen. 4 would be dining room. What would be G? We know where to look. I think this is telling us what room. So if this is the dining room and kitchen, so we know it's not those. If that logic is right. The entry, what is left is where you should search. I wonder if it has to do with the left. Left is where you should search. What's left is where you should search. All right, I shouldn't just click randomly around here. Let's look at this. This is very intriguing. There is more to find if you know where to look. You won't find any sweets in the suites. Eliminate rooms that start with the K, D, or G. That suggests we're not looking in the A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Why would we? What room is G? Like, why are we eliminating G's? What is left is where you should search. All right. Well, let's see. Eliminate the top 4. That's here. The top 4. So presumably we don't have to search there. And the kitchen, we don't have to search there. So presumably in here, we click on the lock, but I feel like what's left is a key. What about that thing on the left? No? How about this thing here? What about what was that, what we remarked about the weirdness? No? What's left? I felt like that's a clue. Can we open this door? No. Would be nice to go in here. Sorry, I'm not showing this to you, but you didn't miss anything, luckily. Okay. I would like to go into this room right there. Why can we not do that? Click, click, click. I'm tapping on it if you can't see. Tapping on that door. There's 2 doors here and you can't tap into them. What about in a bag here? I'm zoomed in as much as I can be. Can't open the closet. How curious. Only one room on the ground floor is locked, not enterable. Garage. What about the metal part above the handle? Yeah, I'm trying to click on that too. That's a light switch, by the way. Looks like a light switch. I don't know why there's a light switch on a door. strange. Is there some room I mean, here are the 3 rooms. Let's see again, if we go to... the dining room. There's the kitchen. What are we not getting? Is there another card to check that we currently have access to? There's more to find if you know where to look. Start by eliminating the rooms with room in their name. Then ignore the top 4. Finally, eliminate the rooms that start with 11, 4, 7. Why would we eliminate the rooms with room in their name? What is left is where you should search. It's so strange. It sounds like it's more... Is there a room we haven't... The door is locked tight. What about... Can you go in through something else? How about this? Search with binoculars? Have we been in this room? That's where we came from. Feels like we shouldn't have to be clicking randomly around. There does seem to be a room behind there. Can we get into that? How do we get behind there? Finding where to look is as easy as AB3. What's left is where to look. Okay, well here's the left of this. Do you see anything there? Seems like there's a room back there we'd like to get to. I don't know how to do it though. Fascinating. Well, I don't know what we would call that. You wouldn't call that a lounge room in America. You just call that the lounge. But you could call it the living room. That would eliminate it. Is it these things that we're supposed to click on? All right, let's think. Let's not just click. Let's think. We could try to do them out of order too. Let's see, 5, 4, 6. 6 is about ice cream. Is there a refrigerator somewhere? Where's the refrigerator? Is this the refrigerator here? Like one of these doors? trying to click on open the refrigerator door. But we're in the kitchen. Just clicking things. Clicking countertop things. American garages sometimes have freezers, yes. What's here? We got little storage compartments. Okay, let's stop. This is like when you play the game and you're clicking everything. Let's think. Everything we know about this game is that we have to figure this out. There is more to find if you know where to look. Start by eliminating the rooms with room in their name. So here's the first part that why this is so confusing. This is like this complicated thing of eliminating rooms, and yet it doesn't seem like we've got many rooms. Let's not forget we have this red thing. How does a red thing help us? It would be as if there was red to block out. What does a red filter do for you? It hides text that might be hard to see because there's red included in it. Are there, okay, so the first thing that's confusing is that we only have like 3 rooms. We've got a kitchen, a landing, there's a sink in there through here. What about through here? Can we go in there? So one thing that's confusing, well, here's another room. That we can't go into? There are a whole bunch of rooms we can't go into. There's that text that's impossible to read. Do you think that's what it's about? Finding where to look is as easy as ABC. What's left is where to look. Where you should search. Oh, it's so confusing because we don't know what the names of these rooms are. We don't seem to have enough rooms that it would make sense to be eliminating them. You won't find suites in the suites. Eliminate the rooms that start with 11, 4, or 7. I mean, it almost sounds like this instructions would work if we have a lot of extra rooms. Like if we have some document that tells us about 10 different rooms, then this would be useful. Maybe that's what the chat is now coming to the same conclusion. I think that code is done. There must be other parts of the house we can explore through other physical documents. That makes sense to me too. I think that makes sense to me too. That the clues from this seem like they're not in that 3D view. There just aren't enough rooms for us. We need like we need something else. All right, well, so let's do that. Let's do what the chat is suggesting. Let's see what else we can do. To search the suite, be sure to check out all the rooms. What in the study should you examine? We examine the bust. Use the first names in alphabetical order of the 2 suspects you eliminated that were not part of Edison's game. We haven't eliminated a single... Well, that's not true. We eliminated Rebecca, who was not part of the game. Okay, so if we could eliminate one more person... So is it possible we've overlooked something that would help us eliminate someone else? So we eliminated Rebecca. And I wonder if this is what we would search for. All right, so we need another document. Let's look at our 2 documents we haven't opened. Do not open until instructed to do so. Do not open until instructed to do so. So these are just off to the side. We don't yet know what to do about this. Let's read the backs of these people who aren't playing the game to see if we should have been eliminating one of those, but it doesn't make that much sense because this is saying alphabetical order. Okay, alphabetical order. So it doesn't matter what order we got them in. All right, so let's see if any of these people that we might be able to eliminate based on their information. I wonder if we could eliminate Sarah because she stole the medallion, right? She stole the fake medallion, so obviously she's not the culprit. So I wonder, shall we give this a try? Sarah and Rebecca? Because she should be eliminated based on the fact that she tried to steal it, right? She can't be the mastermind. So I think, actually, we might be able to answer this. The first names in alphabetical order of 2 suspects you eliminated that were not part of the game. Let's try it. Let's try it. So it looks like this would let us get the forensics. All right, we already knew that. All right, so what's the password? In alphabetical order is Rebecca first, R-E-B-E-C-C-A. And then Sarah, S-A-R, sorry, S-A-R-A-H. First names in alphabetical order of 2 suspects you eliminated. No caps, no spaces. All right, here we go. Got it. Okay. Well done, everyone. That was actually good teamwork in realizing that we were hitting our heads against the wall searching for that thing. All right, so we've eliminated these 2. Maybe it's time to put everyone upside down who's been eliminated. All right, and let's, before we do this, let's make a note in our notebook that we've eliminated you have to, I mean, that's pretty nice because it was like an obvious fact that we just didn't quite connect the pieces, right? Okay. So, what does it say? After asking your forensic contact for a third time if she's gotten all the files you requested, she throws up her hands. If you need it so badly, you can do the rest yourself. She tosses a folder at you containing the data she has gathered and storms off. Apparently, your contact doesn't like it when you rush her. And now you have to sort through the files and lab tests yourself. You may now open the packet with the magnifying glass. I see. So it sounds like this forensic packet should have had this. I don't know. I guess that doesn't make sense. Open the packet unless it was like this, perhaps. Okay. Do not open until instructed to do so. And we just were instructed to do so. All right. And now it makes sense that we're going to need that little magnifying glass to examine forensics. All right, let's put this out of the way here. And now we're going to study this. And hopefully I'll be able to let you see it when we need to see it. All right. But this is a good time for suspense reasons, to take our next break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Let's not forget, we're going to open this forensic thing, but let's not forget, Robert was asking us to take a look at the briefing again to see if rooms were mentioned. I'm not sure it mentions rooms, But it's actually, we should remind ourselves of what it did say regarding where this evidence was found, because it said he gave us a red lens that he found on his study floor. Oh, this was the magnifying glass. I see. Okay, this was the magnifying glass. So this he found on his study floor. And then an oily fingerprint on a door handle. Not sure if it's the thieves or not. An oily fingerprint. We have eliminated the cook. She might have oil on her hand. Or maybe our person that stole the fake thing might have it. But it is interesting that oily fingerprint we don't know what to make of. All right, let's take a look at our forensics. Okay, nothing else in the envelope. Got a bunch of new stuff. Look at that. Okay, fingerprint. Oily thumb print found on the closet door handle. Test results. Test results. We don't know what to make of that. Okay. Based on the answer you get from the thief's fifth puzzle, where else in the house should you search? Okay. Well, this was our fifth puzzle. This is asking us where else in the house should you search. So now we know it's not clicking something on that, but it is... It does sound like we have to answer this by putting this in here. I don't know if we're going to get a map of the house, a list of other rooms, but now we know at least what we do with this. We don't find something to click on, we put it into this puzzle. Look what's at the back of this. Valley Falls Police Department Forensic Lab Chemical Analysis Test Card. This is going to tell us what the oil was. Look at that. Okay. So here are oil types. All right, let's see. What kind of oil did we find? This is kind of fun, huh? I was thinking it might be pantry. All right, here it is. Classic, specialized oil made for an antique car. Okay, well, we do know someone in this family who was messing with their antique car, right? Who was that? Someone we already eliminated, I think. Remodeled vintage 1933 Duesenberg. Difficult to get repaired. We've already eliminated Stephen. Stephen was eliminated early. So I think this doesn't really help us. All right, let's put this together with this. Maybe we'll get some more oils at some point. Wasn't cooking oil though. All right, pretty cool so far. Let's look at this. Kitchen and den, maybe the pantry? Okay, look at this, fingerprints. So if we're right about this being his motor oil, this is going to map to Stephen McLean. Let's see if that's right. There's his fingerprint. Who does it map to? He's got a big whirl in the upper right. Or this does. Did he say something? Someone sabotaged his car? Now, someone had messed with my car's engine. Ah. So, Steven is the owner of the car, but someone messed with it. And actually, we were told that Kyle likes to pull pranks. I wonder if it's Kyle. Let's get a close-up here. Okay, so it's someone who messed with Steven's car. Is it going to be Kyle? I think it's Kyle. Boy, that's hard to test, but I believe that's Kyle. Let's see if we can't use my markers to show us. Needs to be in the good camera. Boy, that's hard to see, huh? But I think, based on these lines down here, matching this line here and this line here, no one else has something like that. Let's see if we can even get closer up for you. How about that? Does that work? No. I believe it's Kyle's. Based on those bottom lines in particular. Kyle pulled pranks. Right. It doesn't mean he did the medallion. Does anyone else's fingerprints look close? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's Kyle's. It makes complete sense. Yeah, I'm going to call that Kyle's. So, I wonder, that doesn't really eliminate Kyle unless we can timeline him and eliminate him because he would have been doing that then. Let's take a look if we're told by Steven when his car got... Yes, look at that. He says, someone had messed with my car's engine. When I get my hands on whoever's responsible, they're going to regret it. I already know that they had messed with it sometime after his speech, but before 9:40. Because that's when I went outside and noticed the hood wasn't closed. That doesn't really eliminate Kyle. In fact, it really implicates Kyle, right? Because he messed with the car before 9:40, which is when Sarah stole the fake medallion. And we know he says it was after the speech, which was at 9:10. So somewhere between the speech and when Sarah stole the fake medallion, Kyle messed with the car and then finished messing with the car and had time to go and possibly leave that fingerprint. It's not a certain thing, but it certainly means he had to be messing with it before 9:40. So maybe that means he couldn't have had time. But we know he went in. We know the fingerprint was in. The fingerprint was on the door, so he did go to the study, or at least try the study door. All right, let's see what else we got. I see something else that's going to be useful to us. Okay, mobile phone records. Okay, we were interested in that. Okay, Logan says he is our best suspect so far. Okay. let's look at this. Okay, so remember, one of our people tells us you can't call from inside the mansion. Who told us that? Was it Brooke? No. Who told us you can't make a... It was one of the ladies, I believe. Big downside to Grandpa's house. You have to walk out to the end of the driveway to make a phone call. So these all had to be done from outside the house. Phone numbers. We don't know who belongs to who, though. However, look at this. Remember we were asking about room names? I think we've got our room names. Okay. Now we can go back to this. Okay. Eliminate rooms with room in their name. Ignore the top floor. So if we ignore the top floor and we eliminate rooms with room in their name, and our list of excluded letters are what? What was our list of excluded letters? I'll do it again. I guess it's only 3. It was K, D, and G, right? So if we're understanding this rule right. So can't be living room, can't be bathroom, game room. Couldn't be pantry, it's pantry. Can't be dining room, can't be den. Can't be front bathroom. It could be the east or west suite. So it's either west suite, east suite, or pantry, but then it says you won't find any suites in the suites. So I think that leaves us with the pantry. Okay. So we want to search in the pantry. And how are we told to do that? With this. Where else should you search? Okay, so here we go. We're going to search in the pantry now. This is going to be an encrypted PDF. We're going to say it's pantry. With one of the puzzles indicating that there is something in the pantry, you head to the kitchen and open the pantry door. The room is bigger than some bedrooms, and you shake your head at the opulence of it all. After searching for a bit, a package on the second shelf catches your eye. Picking it up, you find a small note written on it. You should have all you need to finish my game. Good luck, the thief. You may now open the packet with the door icon. Okay, so we finished this. We seem to be finished with this. We suspect Kyle as our best suspect. We know he's the one who left the oil. We know he fixed the car before 9:40. We have got these. Let's do this. Let's save this as unprotected in case we need it again. Okay. We have phone records we don't know what to do with. We finished puzzle 5. And we've been told we can open this envelope. Before we do, I don't know how to use this yet because we don't know people's phone numbers, right? They don't tell us their phone numbers. There is a puzzle 7. That's the last puzzle in volume 1. Puzzle 6 is this, though. Top's ice cream, 7 scoops, good from top to bottom. Colors. The sherbet rainbow stack. Orange, green, pink, blue, yellow, purple, indigo, red. Come on in today, and then look. So I think this is going to be the order that we do this. Like this comes first, then the green, then the pink, then the blue, then the yellow. And then there's something else. So this is our next puzzle. I wonder if we shouldn't work on this before we open this. Shall we spend a little bit of time on this? So I think those are the colors. See if I can get this all in view. I can if I change it a little bit. One less. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So orange first. That's this one here. How do these jumbles work? You just make... Do we think it's going to be one word for each, maybe? I wonder if these would be names. Is it premature to do this? What are the options here? It's one word per box, or it could be... These would probably be names. Let's just look at it for a little bit. So here's the orange box. I guess what we could do is I could do this one at a time. So, whoops. Oh, it didn't. Oh, the colors are confusing it maybe. Let's see. Okay, there's our orange box. You might expect it to be someone's name that we haven't left. We've got Joshua, Brooke, Kyle, Amber, Nicholas, and Crystal. Or it could be a statement. So how do these jumbles work? We think you form words by connecting them orthogonally. Would we think you would start at the upper left? V-I-R. Maybe no reason to expect you would. Vent. Vent could be a word. Lots of possibilities, but actually there aren't that many vowels here. There aren't that many, but maybe it is just a horizontal word. Let's see. If it was, the next one was green. If we were to just look for a single horizontal word, would we find one here? Here's vent again in the green. I'm not saying I like this, but where's pink? Let's see if there's vent in here. No vent in the pink, so I think I was on the wrong track there. What word would you pick out of here? It's not going to be a horizontal word. Oops, it's getting a little confused. Is there any clue to what this is going to be? Perhaps when we should open up that thing, we'll know what we're looking for more. I just thought it might be fun to work on this first. So we're not looking for a straight horizontal or vertical word. We're probably looking for a jumble which lets us connect words. I'm guessing. Connect orthogonally. But boy, again, it's mostly vowels. I mean, mostly consonants. There's only two or three vowels, and they're all I's. I'm assuming orthogonal, but there's no reason it has to be. Could be diagonal too. I don't know if these are O's or D's. They look like D's to me. There's only the vowels and I's. It has to be just with the I's. Nicholas says maybe this is a cipher. He says he doubts that it's a jumble. Boy, it really feels like it's a jumble in order to me, but I think this is exactly the kind of thing we talked about before, where it's completely fine. We spent some time on it, and it makes sense for us to move along and come back to it, since we obviously nothing jumps out at us. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 people left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there aren't 7 people left. Okay, so let's just put puzzle 6 aside for a second. Puzzle 7 is here, so we're not going to do that. But we were told from the pantry that we could open this one, right? We now open the packet with the door icon, which is this one. So let's open this and see if it gives us maybe a clue as to what that jumble is going to be. Looks like it is. Wealth and fortune to the bearer. Okay, let's see what we got. So we've got an ice cream card with one item punched out of it. It says, once you have completed the card, turn in at the Top's Ice Cream Parlor. So look what this is going to be. Look how these shapes line up. They perfectly fit each box. So that was our key. So this is going to give us one letter from each of the 7 boxes. Okay, let's just see what else we get before we solve it. Where is the medallion? So we're going to be able to find the medallion at the end of this game, solve that puzzle. Okay, she lacks weight and value, thus she is unfit to lead. To know of who I speak, seek out the values hidden in the news. Okay, well, we know this one, right? This was that thing we solved early on. Dollar signs are 1, axes are 2, eagles are 6, silver's 9, shield is 3. The values hidden in the news. So 11. These might be rooms. I don't know. We don't know exactly how to use this yet. Notice there's no QR code, so it's not like this is a password. We're just going to have to... This is going to give us someone's name, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then what have we got here? Looks like the garage. We haven't used our red thing yet, have we? All right, what is this? Just a photo of the garage, it looks like. I wonder if the medallion is hidden in one of these objects. We don't know what to make of this yet. Solved all the puzzles, ready to close the case. Give the special name for the medallion and the first name of the thief. Okay, well, we're ready to solve the case. There's our puzzle. And then, what have we got here? Now this looks like you would use the magnifying glass for this. The red thing to hide all the red and give us a pattern. But what is this about? I wonder if this isn't about one of our puzzles, because wasn't the puzzle a spectacle fit for a queen? So this and this are going to be related. All right, so let's put this aside for now. We're not ready to do this. We're not ready to do this. We are ready to do this one. And we are ready to do this one. Let's do the one we were last working on, and let's keep our eye open for this. Ryan says, we have that toddler potty in our garage. Maybe, is that where you would keep the medallion? All right, let's do this first. Okay, orange first. Okay, it doesn't fit there, that way, but what about this way? There we go. So our first letter is a J. This is puzzle 6. Okay, next color is green. That gives us an N, sort of. What about this way? That doesn't give us a letter. So the next letter seems to be N. J-N. That doesn't seem right. All right, let's keep going. Pink is the next one. Looks like an H or a T. Maybe there were two ways we could do it. Maybe the green can map to a D. So it was a D or an N. Okay, so JD or JN. And what was our first one? Orange? Let's see if that really can give us two letters. R. How did I get J? What was I thinking that gave me J? Oh, let's try it again. Orange is either an R or an N. Next letter. Next thing is green. Green is either a D or an N. I see the colors are confusing it. I wonder if I should do it differently. Pink. Pink is an H or a T. Okay, blue, light blue, is either an N or an R. Next color. I gotta turn this off. I can see it's gonna drive you guys crazy. Okay. Next color is yellow. So yellow is either, doesn't look like that N will fit, but it looks like N or an I. Dark blue is a P or a C. And lastly, red is either a K or a J. Okay. So there's our word, one letter from each of these. That doesn't make sense to me. Once you have completed the card, turn in all ice creams. Huh. If I had flipped it this way, I would get different letters. These don't seem like they would make letters to me. These aren't gonna do one. Let's do it this way, upside down. Orange gives us, let's try again, an I or an E. An I or an E. Okay. Now green gives us a D or a W. D or W. Pink gives us a G or a J. Light blue gives us an R or a J. Yellow gives us a C or a T. Oh, it's awkward though. Huh. Dark blue gives us an M or a B. This doesn't seem to make a word either. Then red gives us an S or an A. It doesn't work. What if we read it this way? A, M, C. What if we read this one this way? Okay, this can't make a word. This could make a word here. It almost looks like amber or something. A-M-B-E-R is amber. Let's look in the chat. Chat says we're missing something. Is this ciphered as well? Face up seemed better. Looks something like Roderick. Roderick. We don't have a Roderick. We have a Joshua, Kyle, Brooke, Crystal, Nicholas, and Amber. I don't think it's going to be ciphered as well. That doesn't make sense. I don't buy it. It's not that complicated. Face up does feel like it would make more sense. But, boy, Green is D. The ones that are horizontal seems like they would be right side up. So white, blue, that would be an N. Yellow is vertical. Dark blue is vertical. Red would be a K. D, N, K. Hmm. Oh, strange. Good from top. Ugh. Good from top to bottom. That suggests to me that we should be going in this order. Clearly this is this. Clearly we put it on here to get a letter. Is this just telling us the starting letter? Let's see, if we started on orange and we start our word jumble with an N or a K, like maybe this isn't spelling out a word, but it's just telling us where to start our jumble from. So R, I, D, E, R, I, R, I, D, E, R, I, D, E, E, R, I, D, E, L. If we started with the N, it would be N, E, V, N, E, V. Can we go diagonally? Doesn't make sense. R, I, D, E. That would be ride. It's the best I can do, starting with the R. R, I, D, E. That's it. The second word is green. That would start with a D. Is that a D or an O? Now it looks like an O. That's not a D, that's an O. R, O. R, O, T. Rot. N, O, T. N, O, H. R, I, C, K. Not Rick. Do we have a Rick? We don't have a Rick, but we do have a N-O-T, not N-I-C-K, not Nick. Not Nick. Yeah, that's what it is. So N-O-T-N-I-C-K, not Nick. Yeah, that was it. N-O-T-N-I-C-K. Yes, Brian, that's what we did. That's what we did. So that's our orange, our green, orange, green letters. pink, blue, yellow, indigo, red. It's just for each one it could go two different ways. So not Nick. And in fact, if we see the... No, so in this case, it was the upside down one. Oh, green. N-O. I just want to see, I want to confirm if we can. N, and then the red is K. Yeah, so all the ones that are like this do use the right side up card rather than upside down. So that just is more evidence that it says not Nick. All right, so what we've done now is we've used this puzzle to eliminate Nicholas. Okay, and I'm going to write that down here. Nicholas was puzzle number 6. That took a while. I'm not sure why that was so... Well, the O's and the D's look the same. All right. Okay, so we finished with that one, and we finished with this one. So this book still has one more thing. If we want to find the medallion, let's do this one. All right, where's our numbering? So if we look at this, we get 1, 1, slash, the axis 3, the shield, sorry, the axis 2, the shield, that's not a shield, that's an eagle, it's a 6. The silver we think is 9, and the shield is 3. So what is this telling us? She lacks weight and value, thus she is unfit to lead. To know of who I speak, seek out the values. Okay, so look at this. What do you see? Birth year. That's exactly right. Logan says birth date. That's right. Okay, so this is going to be one of our women here. Well done. Well spotted. One of our women here, it's her birth date. So let's see. Who do you think it is? Is it Amber? Or is it Brooke? Or is it Crystal? Well, Crystal is the firstborn, so she's going to be too old. So it's either going to be Brooke or Amber. If I had to guess, I'd guess Amber is going to be our culprit. She just looks like too much like Gal Gadot. So I'm going to guess it's Brooks eliminated. 11/26/93. Yep. There is little Brooke. Eliminated based on her birth date. Another possible suspect eliminated. Okay, so we're going to add Brooke from symbol postcard. All right, that's that one done and that one done. So we now have 4 suspects remaining, but we think maybe Kyle is eliminated based on the timeline. I don't know if we think he's our favorite suspect or if he's eliminated based on the car mechanic stuff. Maybe we think he didn't have enough time. All right. What's next? So we finished that. We didn't need that. Put this away. All right. What's next? What have we got? We've got the phone calls we don't know how to make sense of. We would need to know who those phone logs belong to. Where's the medallion? I don't think we're ready for that. This we don't know how to make use of. This we kind of know, and this is when we're ready to solve the game. All right, now, as far as puzzles go here, we're finished. We're not finished with this book. So we've got Puzzle 7, Spectacle Fit for a Queen. That's this. And then we've got Puzzle 8, which is how to find the medallion. So it seems like this is our next puzzle. Spectacle Fit for a Queen. Do you notice something else? Look at this card. What do you see? What do you notice about the card? Boy, you gotta give credit to this company. Like, it's just little subtle details, but yeah, look at, she's holding this. I mean, it's just little subtle details, but if they're putting these out once a week, how are they producing this stuff? Like, and how are they finding the energy to keep producing 50 boxes of these and still be putting this much energy into it? All right. So I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, but I will be able to. Let's see. Can you? Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's just upside down. That's kind of fun that you guys are going to be able to see it. Okay, let's see. What does it say? Use every third letter to read the Queen's words. Every third letter. Okay, did everyone see that? Use every third letter to read the Queen's words. Okay, so done with that, and now we're here, which during the break I translated, I scanned. So let's look at every third letter. Okay, what did she say? Amber doesn't, C-A-R-E, care about the medallion. Amber doesn't care about the medallion. This is another time when we are reading that to mean that she's eliminated, but is it explicitly telling us she's eliminated, or is it just telling us she doesn't care about the medallion, but she could still be our guy? All right, we're going to put Amber doesn't care about medallion, which is puzzle 7. And we're going to take that as meaning she's eliminated. But I had high hopes that she was going to be our culprit. She said, sorry I had to step out for a bit. I'm getting caught up. I wonder if we can tell that who made phone calls based on that. Because one of the people told us she went out for a phone call. Did she say when? If you'll excuse me, I need to make a phone call. There isn't any service. We don't have a timeline for that, but we do know a couple people who made phone calls. All right, so we're done with that puzzle and probably done with this. Done with this book now, Spectacle for Queen. We do have another puzzle here, our last puzzle in the book. Huh. Let's look at who we've got left here for a second. Maybe, let's see. Let's look at this puzzle first. Before we try to figure out how to make use of the phone line, let's take a look at this puzzle. If you wish to find the medallion, there's something you must know first. Sometimes life isn't about the things we have, it's about the things we're missing. Once you have unscrambled your thoughts, you should see the way forward. Once you've unscrambled your thoughts, these look like they're all things here. So all basketball, box of Christmas ornaments is back there. The gray coolers here. So these all correspond to these. And it looks like they're letters. I wonder if you line them up in a row, whether they would spell something. Look for the things that are missing. Sometimes life isn't about the things we have, it's the things we're missing. Maybe if you line these up, you'll get a couple letters that are missing. Like we'll find the letters that are missing that don't have pictures. They'll spell out something. I think that makes sense. That's going to tell us where the medallion is. Okay, so that would let us answer this question. But now we've got 1, 2, 3 people left. How do we eliminate them? Maybe once we find the medallion, do you think we might get more clues? That's possible, right? It's possible once we find the medallion, so we should carve the chicken. All right, let's try this. But surely we need to be able to find their phone records. All right, let's do this one at a time. Let's do the one we can do. All right. Let's do it like this. I printed this out. Okay. The instructions say sometimes it's about the things isn't about what we have, it's about the things that are missing once you have unscrambled your thoughts. So I think we're going to circle all the letters we find. We're going to have a couple letters left and we'll scramble those together. Okay, basketball is there. Box of Christmas ornaments is there. I don't know what's the best way to do it. Would you guys like a super close-up on this? Would that be better for you? And then I'll just read it. Dog statue. Do you see a dog statue? I don't see a dog statue. What about a gray cooler? Yes. Football. I don't see a football. What about potting soil? Yes. What about a stepping stool? Yes. Broom? Yes. 5-gallon bucket? Yes. Training potty? Yes. That's Brian's child's training potty. Black trash bag. I don't really see that, but maybe that's here. Can't tell. Hammer. Do you see a hammer? Can't quite tell. Let's just leave it out for now. Grill, yes. Clarinet, yes. Mixer. I don't see a mixer. Conch shell, yes. Spray bottle, yes. Power drill. Yes, I see it. It's right there. Red balloon. Don't see any red balloons. Lawnmower. Don't see that. Jumper cables, yes. That's what that is. Extension cord, yes. Lantern, yes. Watering can, yes. Right there. Black paint can, yes, right there. Hedge clippers, yes, right there. Okay, so any that I missed? Does anyone see a dog statue, a football, a black trash can? I think maybe that is a black trash can. I'm gonna put a mark on that. Hammer. Does anyone see a hammer that I missed? Mixer. Oh, I don't see a mixer. It's okay if we get some of these wrong because we're just gonna red balloon, lawnmower. Okay, so the letters that are missing potentially are, let's come over here, C, E, L, D. That's not a D, that's an O. That game keeps getting me with it. D is an O. S, T. Okay, that spells closet when you unscramble it. So I think the medallion is in the closet. Logan says, Shay says, is there anything on the back of this? No. Logan says, maybe if we track their events, we could figure out who was doing what when. It felt like we didn't have nearly enough information, but it's possible if we look at just our 3 remaining suspects, we might get a clue about them. 1, 2, 3. Let's find the medallion first, because maybe when we find the medallion, it will give us more information on how to use these phone records. If not, we'll have to study harder. Okay, here, let's do the medallion. 58 minutes? Okay, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're very close to the end. We've got one puzzle we're ready to solve. Where's the medallion? We think we know the answer to that is the closet. But we've still got a few suspects here. Let's take a look. We've eliminated everyone but Joshua McLean, Crystal McLean, who's the wife of one of the brothers, and Kyle, the prankster who worked on pranked someone's car. Those are our three suspects. And we seem to have a clue, a timeline clue, that would really help us to eliminate if we could know whose was whose. In fact, we could look at this and ask which one of these would eliminate someone. We know that the real medallion was stolen between 9:10 and 9:40, right? So if we looked at this, who was on the phone in that period? Well, this person was. So whoever this was could not have stolen it between 9:10 and 9:40. This person as well. This person almost certainly couldn't, because remember, you have to get out all the way out to the driveway to make a phone call. Do we have the map that shows? Does it show where the driveway is? There's the garage. There's the study. So you have to get up to the second floor, come down, go out to the edge of the driveway. So surely you couldn't do it in 3 minutes, and you couldn't do it in 3 minutes. So that's no good. Same thing here. You'd have to do it all in 4 minutes. Surely you probably couldn't do that. So probably this person's ruled out too. This person could have done it. They would have had 17 minutes to do it and then get out to the driveway. I see they're sorted, so that's good. This person could have done it. They could have made their phone call and then had 20 minutes to do it. So these are the three probably couldn't do it. Okay, now. Yes, okay, good. I think Robert may be talking about what I'm about to mention. We'll see. If I don't say it, Robert, then you can come in. All right. Now, what is a way that we've messed up mystery games in the past? What mistake have we made in past games that has bit us on the ass? Don't share it yet, Robert, because I think I'm going to explain what it is. I think I saw it too. Okay, what mistake is not terribly infrequent to make on these document dump games that will bite you? It's a mistake I've made on this channel before, and I know I cover it in my remedial detective school video. I believe I cover it in the video, but either I cover it in the video or Jonathan posted it in the comments. So what is the mistake? Does anyone want to guess? Not Robert, because you might know. I'll just give you a minute. I won't wait. I won't wait. I'll just tell you. I'll just give, because it's too hard to guess. But you could guess how you could figure it out, which is you go back through your documents. And one of the mistakes one can make in this kind of game, not infrequently, is forgetting to check the backside of documents. All documents, you must remember to check the backsides. You think you would, but occasionally you'll get a document. It's so interesting, you'll just look at it, process it, and file away. So during the break, I was just scanning through some of our documents. I took out the map. I looked at the backside of the map, nothing. So look at this document here. So here was our thumbprint. We looked at that. Oh, what's this? Valley Falls Police Department Forensic Lab. Okay, that didn't help us. We looked at this one. Nothing. Here was our fingerprint. We got so wrapped up in checking fingerprints that we forgot to look on the back side of the fingerprint document, which makes sense. They took fingerprints of all the suspects and they got their mobile phone numbers. So, it's just a reminder that you really gotta double check backs of documents. Luckily, this was a case where we ground to a halt. But there are sometimes you play a case where you think you know it without having seen some important thing. Okay, let's see if we can find who these three people are. 555-0295, Joshua. So Joshua's eliminated. That's fantastic because he's one of our remaining suspects. So let's go make our notes. We've got a new way to eliminate one of our three remaining persons. Joshua phone. So I'm going to flip Joshua upside down. Okay, now we've got Crystal and Kyle. Who's 555-0989? 555-0989 is not on our records. 0989 is not on our records. 0829 is. Okay, what about 5667? 5667 is also not on our records. So we've eliminated one person. Can we do it the other way around? We've got two suspects left, Kyle and Crystal. Let's see. Crystal's number is 0878. She's not seen making any phone calls. So one of our two primary suspects, we see no phone calls. Does she say she's making a phone call? What does she say? She says, I just wish I had my camera out to get Nicholas's photo when he found out his medallion was gone. Okay, she doesn't say anything about phone call. What about Kyle? Kyle says, I love a good prank. If you'll excuse me, I saw Mom making toffee. Hopefully it will have cooled off and set by now. It's not very helpful. 550-878, no phone call for her. Okay, and what about Kyle? Kyle's 0511. Huh. No phone call from Kyle either. So we still have Kyle and Crystal, which we don't know how to eliminate. So the phone records let us eliminate one person. I was hoping it would be able to eliminate two. All right, well, we've still got two culprits, two suspects. Let's solve the puzzle we know how to solve, the medallion. Maybe this will give us our clue. And then we'll have to talk about whether Kyle is our primary suspect because of the oil or whether he's in the clear because of the oil. All right, so we're going to do the garage medallion clue right now. Where is the medallion? Okay. So let's go. Let's do our medallion. Okay, and we believe the answer to that is closet. And now I'm going to save it in case we need a copy of it. This has worked fine. With an idea of where to look for the medallion, you begin searching all of the closets in the house. You finally find the medallion, ironically, in Edison's own closet, with a brief note from the thief. Congratulations, you found the family heirloom, with heirloom underlined. I hope you now understand that this was never about the medallion. It was about proving a point. Most of this family isn't as smart as they think. See you soon. Well, so that's it for the medallion. And when we're ready to solve it, we need to know the special... Okay, let's look at this. To solve the case, we need to know the special name for the medallion and the first name of the thief. So this entry just told us the special name for the medallion is the heirloom. So the only thing left is the first name of the thief. Okay, and the thief says it was never about the medallion. It was about proving a point. Let's look now at our two chief suspects. And let's read from the guy who talked about his car being damaged. What does he say? He says, earlier I found out someone had messed with my car's engine. Sometime between the grandfather's speech and when I went outside and noticed the hood wasn't closed properly. When I went to close it, I saw the damage. Since you were here already, I want you to figure out who did it. I wonder if we find Stefan's phone records, could we discover when he found the damage to his car? Stefan is 5550233. 555. No, he's not on here. All right, so sometime between 9:10 and 9:40, he finds his car messed with. We're pretty sure we know that Kyle did it, which means he had to have messed with the car and then made his way to steal the medallion. He did leave oil on the handle, we believe, so I guess that tells us he was there, although we just know that he was there before 10 a.m. Reading about him, he says, it's all hilarious. It serves them right. They're too stuck up for their own good. Maybe this will knock them down a peg. And before you ask, no, I didn't take it, he says. What's happening here? He says, before you ask, no, I didn't take it. Wish I did, though. I love a good prank. Now, if you'll excuse me, I saw Mom making toffee after Grandfather's speech. Hopefully it will have cooled off and set by now. Okay, that's Kyle. Here's our other suspect, Crystal. Does anything in their photo tell us anything? Let's read Crystal. I'm going to catch up in the channel and we'll talk about it before we do anything. So if it's okay, if I miss something you've said, I'm going to pay attention to it in a minute. Okay, I obviously need to work on these markers a little bit. She was a quiet, shy lass when Nicholas first married her, but over the years she's grown bitter and resentful. Nicholas is not an easy man. I believe she has drowned her troubles with alcohol or other substances. She says, I've been part of the family for 27 years, and all that time I've never seen them knocked back on their heels. Never thought I would see the day my husband didn't get his way. Almost makes this get-together worth coming to. I just wish I had my camera out to get Nicholas's photo when he found out his medallion was gone. Does anyone talk about each other? Is there a way for us to, like, did we maybe miss one of them saying something about where the other was? Let's just quickly look through this. So I guess let me catch up on the chat and see if anyone has said anything. Kyle was in the driveway as he did something to Steven's car. It says this family and not my family when we talk to Kyle. He says, I saw Mom making toffee. I'm looking for any statement about one of our suspects. Someone messed with my car. We know his thumb is on the doorknob, but we don't know if that happened. Seems like it could certainly have happened before 9:40, but it could have happened afterwards. Just looking for anyone else making a comment. Well, Brooke says, it's so simple. This whole thing is obviously one of Kyle's pranks. He's just mad because grandfather passed him over. I don't know why he's resentful. It's not like he tries to amount to anything. I just wish he wouldn't try to steal my spotlight. That's what siblings do. She says it's Kyle. Hmm. Um. So he was in the kitchen to see his grandmother making toffee. Not his grandmother, his mother, but you do have a good point. He knows she's making toffee. I saw Mom making toffee after grandmother's speech. Where's our map of where the kitchen is? So here's the kitchen. So after the speech, he's in the kitchen. It does give him access to the pantry where we found some note by the person. Where was the searching all of the closets you finally find in Edison's own closet? So actually, he only had to get into the study and grab the medallion and put it in the closet and then leave. It seems like we should have a hard and fast way to be able to eliminate. Like what? It feels to me like we must be missing a way to eliminate Crystal. I mean, why else is he playing with the doorknob? We know the order of things, right? He had to have done the car before he took the medallion. Because that's how you get oil on the doorknob. Let's read our statement by our guy again. Says they're pulling phone records, blueprints. He last saw the medallion at 8 while he was in his study. 9 a.m. he leaves to join the family. Chooses 8 to participate in the game, not including Kyle or Crystal. They're moving around. Around 10 a.m. he goes back. Someone has left the volumes on his desk. Medallion is missing. Doesn't really help us. Really feels to me like we should be able to eliminate one of these people hard and fast. Robert says, what time did Sarah do the switch? Yeah, well, that was at 9:40. Most of this family isn't as smart as they think. John says, I'm leaning towards Crystal. There seems to be a point to make sure we know about the oil fingerprint getting some toffee. Crystal has no alibi. The thing is, yeah, it's a great point. Crystal has no alibi, but Kyle's, think about it this way. Kyle's oily fingerprint is on the study door. Okay? So somewhere between 9:10 and 10 a.m., his fingerprint got on the door, right? We know it's no later than 10 because that's when the patriarch tells us he found the fingerprints. We know it has to be after 9:10 a.m. because that's when the car was messed with, sometime between 9:10 and 9:40. So the question is, how does Kyle mess with the door between 9:10 and 10 a.m.? Why does he mess with the door? We've put him at the scene of the crime. It's just the window he's at the scene of the crime is from 9:10 a.m. to 10 a.m. But we know the medallion had to be stolen before 9:40 when Sarah got the fake one. So either he damages the car at 9:15 and then he's got plenty of time to make his way up to the study, put the medallion in the closet. He has no alibi for that time. The only thing is the car, but we don't know how long it would have taken him to mess with the car. Was it found in the study or the master and bedroom closet? It was found in Edison's closet in his study. Find the medallion, ironically, in Edison's own closet. All right, I guess we don't know if it's in his study closet or his closet. Guess we don't know where his closet is. What about the... Remember there was that thing we could almost read through the mirror? That was weird. And what about the locked door? That was irrelevant? Crystal has no alibi. I mean, Crystal has no alibi. She's also got nothing that puts her at the scene of the crime. So they both have motives. Crystal wants to embarrass her husband. Never thought I'd see the day my husband didn't get his way. Almost makes this get-together worth coming to. Just wish I had my camera out. Doesn't that suggest that maybe she didn't do it? If she's saying she wished she had her camera to take a photo of it? Like, if she did plan it, then wouldn't she have gotten her photo out and taken the photo? What do you think about that? Logan wants us to look at this thing again. So in our phone records, we've got 3 phone calls that would put people definitively impossible for them to have done it. Those phone records belong to Joshua and an unknown number and 2 unknown numbers. None of them, we see no phone calls by Kyle, and we see no phone calls by Crystal. So we were able to eliminate one person. This is a little interesting here. Nicholas and Crystal. Nicholas and Kyle have very similar phone numbers. Rob has completely different phone number. No, I don't see any pattern. There's a 46-minute call too. We don't, this 46-minute phone call doesn't help us. I don't think. Still gives the person time to do stuff. It doesn't matter anyway. It's not our culprits. Crystal and Kyle, our 2 suspects, don't have any recorded phone calls. And they don't claim to be on the phone. Now he does say, I didn't take it. But maybe that's his way of being clever about, like, he didn't take it. He just moved it somewhere. If I have to guess, I'm going to say that it's Kyle. We've got his fingerprints on the scene of the crime. And Crystal says that she wished she could have taken a photograph she wished she had her camera out so she could take Nicholas's photo when he found out that his medallion was gone. That suggests to me like she would want to take a photo of it. And if she had planned it herself, she would have done it. And it's too elaborate for her. She has no history of pranks, whereas Kyle absolutely does. And also, we're told about a previous Thanksgiving. That one almost ended with Kyle and Stefan in the hospital. They weren't even the worst ones. And then the sister of Kyle says it's a no-brainer. It's one of Kyle's pranks. All right, I've got my final thing, but I do believe the game is going to tell us that there was a way to eliminate one of them. Robert says, can you read the card again that talks about the car and what was the times mentioned? Sure. It says, my day keeps getting better. Earlier, I found out someone had messed with my car's engine. It's a remodeled vintage 1933, difficult to get repaired. When I get my hands on whoever's responsible, they're going to regret it. I already know they had messed with it sometime after grandfather's speech. That was at 9:10, ended at 9:10, but before 9:40, because that is when I went outside at 9:40 and noticed the hood wasn't closed properly. When I went to close it, I saw the damage. So in that half-hour window is the exact half-hour window that we know the medallion must have been swiped. So we know it must have been swiped because of what Sarah says about how she took the wrong one. So the only question is, did Kyle do the car and then, that didn't take him a full half hour. So he does the car and then he's got, 20 minutes left to go to the study. All right, everyone get your votes out. Everyone get your votes ready. We know Kyle's in the kitchen watching his mother cook the toffee. So he's back in the building. Yeah, okay. I'm voting Kyle. Logan is saying Crystal, but I'm prepared to be wrong. It's fun when we have different choices. Okay, so we've got one vote for Crystal, a couple votes for Kyle. Anyone else want to make your final verdict? Shay is also guessing Crystal. He went into the kitchen too and saw his mom cooking toffee, so you think that's where he was, watching his mom cook toffee, huh? I wonder... Can I make a slight counter proposal? Kyle says now, during the interview, which is, at 10 a.m., 11 a.m., he says, if you excuse me, I'm going to go check and see if the toffee cooled down and it's ready to eat. But when we talk to the mother, she says, I think I did a good job. At least the others liked it, I think. So people ate it before 10. Why didn't the son eat it? Like, what was the son doing if he didn't eat the toffee? I was thinking maybe we, like, can we go to the kitchen again and see anything? Is there anything here about that? Did we see anything that would help us figure out what Kyle's... Is this telling us what time it is? Yes, it is. It's 10:08. This is the current time. Okay, what... Can we see anything about her toffee? Not really. But my question is, why did he not eat his toffee? Is there anything on the table that gives us any clues? It would be pretty cool if there was some final clue. What about that upstairs room? I still keep thinking about that upstairs room and that thing we could see through the... Can't get in the locked door. I keep thinking about this thing we can see through the mirror, but I guess that's not important. Oh, sorry, I wasn't even showing it to you. All right, anyway, I was just looking at the last stuff. I don't see any toffee in any of those photos, only pumpkin soup, yeah. I'm gonna mess up my whole family and this dude's car. It is weird that he's messing with the car, but we don't have any evidence of it, but I had a theory about that. Like maybe he needs to get the brother out of the way. Like maybe the brother is hanging out near the study, so he messes with his car and he comes back in and he's like, hey, someone messed with your car, so that he distracts him so he can get to where he needs to get. Seems like we should be asking these people where they were. Okay, I'm sticking with mine. All right, let's try to answer this then. Okay, here we go. We're going to try to answer it. If we get it wrong, it'll just make us ask again. So we'll just guess until we get it right. Anyone is not on record yet? I'm sticking with my point about Crystal would have had her phone out ready to take a photo of her husband if she had planned it. I know we must be missing something. I know we must be missing something. All right, let's do it. John Logan says, don't you dare take a break. All right, let's do this puzzle. I would take a break if it was time, but I think probably... Okay, there we go. This is the ending, the finale. All right, it wants the nickname for the medallion and the first name of the thief. Okay, so we know it's Heirloom. Which one shall we try first? Kyle or Crystal? All right, since it's me, since I'm here and playing it, I'm going to guess Kyle first. Kyle. Okay, here we go. I'm just... Crystal. Crystal, crystal, crystal. Was there anything else that any other... I'm just really nervous. I don't like how he's saying, I didn't take it, I wish I did. I love a good prank. Is it possible that we're missing some reason he messed with the car? This is really killing me. Robert says, did you read the collector's card? No, I didn't. Let's take a look. Crest has the image of an eagle to symbolize the noble nature, strength, and ingeniousness of the family. Spread wings show the far-reaching influence. Shield, golden filigree, testament to the family's wealth. Wealth and fortune to the bearer. Can I point out something else? Let me just quickly point about something else. So, here are two suspects, right? Crystal and Kyle. Now I want you to notice something. Crystal is married to a guy that she wants to see him knock down a peg, but he was a very good candidate to win this thing and get lots of money. She would have stood to gain all that money. But now look over here at Kyle. His parents are not in line. They were not nominated to win the prize. So Crystal, if she had really called a halt to this, then Nicholas, I mean, she stands to make a lot of money if Nicholas gets this thing. But it's Kyle's family who are not even in the running. And he's happy that this has happened. I never knew my parents, which is why I decided to take my wife's last name. I wish my family would just let it go. Maybe if it's gone, they'll stop focusing on money. So it does seem like, you know, maybe he would get the vibe from his parents that this whole thing is bullshit. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. Heirloom Kyle. Go. Nope, it's not Kyle. Well, we can try Crystal. If it's not Crystal, we're in a lot of trouble, though. Heirloom. Heirloom. Crystal. Here we go. It was Crystal. Those of you who guessed Crystal were right. Crystal McLean is the thief. Once you confront Crystal and show her the evidence, she comes clean and admits she is the one who set everything up. She's been living in Nicholas's shadow throughout their whole marriage. After years of putting up with his belittling attitude and cheating, she had had enough. She knew the rest of the family thought her to be dull or an alcoholic, but Crystal had been playing a part, letting them see what they wanted and hiding her sharp mind behind a wall of quiet bitterness. Biding her time, she made her plan. She had figured out where Edison kept the medallion due to it being the one part of his bookshelf that never collected dust. Having picked up on Edison's love of games and knowing who he would allow to participate in the competition, she added another layer to her plan as a way of getting back at the family that thought they were better than everyone else. With the medallion found and Crystal revealed as the thief, you prepare to call the Valley Falls Police Department so they can take Crystal into custody. But Edison McCain stops you. I won't be pressing any charges. The whole point of my game was to find someone worthy of guiding this family. Crystal outsmarted, outplayed, and outfoxed them all, including myself. She has shown she can play the long game and execute a plan well. She has the mind for business, and the only thing holding her back is that fool of a son of mine who's apparently too stupid to see what a gift he has. But I dare say he isn't holding you back anymore. No, I think Nicholas's little songbird was a hawk the whole time, and she has finally left her cage to spread her wings. McClain thanks you for your assistance. McClain thanks you for your assistance and hands you a check. He then pulls Crystal aside and begins talking to her about the inheritance and the process of becoming his primary heir and the head of the family. With the coat of arms back in Edison's possession, you decide now is a good time to leave. After all, there is no need to stick around for the storm that is sure to break when the rest of the family finds out what happened and about Edison's decision. As you head out to your car, you can't help but to look at the amount written on the check again and smile. Maybe things are taking a turn for the better. With a fat check and a smile, you can finally say, case closed. So, one thing that I miss in these Deadbolt games, at least some of them we've played, is the epilogues are very entertaining. That's entertaining, far-fetched, but entertaining. But it doesn't tell you how you should have figured it out, right? And I do miss that. I do miss being given an explanation. Now, it's possible that if we go to the hints site, that we can find some clues. So hints, puzzle solutions. I guess we want hints. Let's see. Okay, 17 pages of hints. Okay, here's how you would have solved the recipe. Family tree puzzle. The key. What in the study? Strange symbols. Now look at what it says about fingerprints. Compare the oil from the fingerprint to the list of oil types. Then compare the fingerprint to the list of fingerprints you have for each suspect. This Paired with the information found on Steven's card will help you eliminate a suspect. Steven is the guy who got his car messed with. So I take it to say that when I take the game to be saying what I think you guys who guessed Crystal guessed, that the fact that he messed with the car meant he couldn't have stolen it. Is that what you concluded? And that seems to be what this is saying. Like, once you figure out these are Kyle's fingerprints on the car, but that doesn't make sense to me, because the oil is found on the closet door handle. If his fingerprint is found on the closet door, why are we so sure that the car gives him an alibi? Is it because when I went outside, I noticed the hood wasn't closed properly? I don't understand why this eliminates Kyle. Everything lets us eliminate a person. Phone calls let us eliminate someone. Ice cream. This doesn't really tell us. It seems like the game is assuming that once we figure out that Kyle sabotaged the car, we should have eliminated him. It would be interesting to check on the forums if anyone... So that feels like a real miss in this game. You could have eliminated... If you meant to eliminate Kyle by having him damage the car, it seems like you could have done that fairly easily. You could have somehow communicated to us that he had to have been damaging the car the entire time. Online solutions, sometimes they're different than the PDFs. You're saying if we go to puzzle solutions? It says the oily fingerprint matches Kyle's. Well, we were right about that. Somehow it should have eliminated him, I guess, though. And then we got this right. The phone numbers eliminated Joshua. Yeah, we got everything right. Oh, here we go. Good idea. Okay, here we go. Look what it says for Kyle. Based on what Stefan said and the fingerprint evidence, you can eliminate Kyle. That does not make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. That seems like a bug to me. It's especially a bug because it seems like the game is sure that that eliminates him. Logan says it's because he messed the car for payback. Well, sure, that's fine. But why? The question is, why does he not have time to mess with the car and do the medallion? It's not just that. Remember, we find the fingerprints on the closet door where the medallion is. So we know he did the car. The question is, why does knowing he did the car in that 30-minute window and then finding his fingerprint on the closet, how can we be sure he didn't get to the closet within that 30-minute? Why couldn't he have done the car and had time to then get to the closet? Get to the study. That's very bizarre to me. That seems like just a bug. I guess it just doesn't think it has time. In the East Suite, what is the time we hear the conversation through the door? 9:40. Oh, I don't know what time we hear it. After 10 something. But she says that at 9:40 she broke in and got the wrong medallion. Okay. I also don't like Crystal's whole explanation. She says she's been playing a long game, pretending to be an alcoholic. Yeah, the wall on the clock was 10:08 or so. That's the time we're investigating. So, I don't love the ending, the Crystal's explanation of playing the long game. Somehow she knew where everything was. It feels more... Kyle seems like the more logical person who would be able to pull this off versus Crystal. However, this is a perfect example of the journey versus the end because, well, let's do this. Let's take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back and give our thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts. You guys have 5 minutes to collect your thoughts about the game. I'll see you in 5 minutes for our final thoughts. Okay, we're back for our final thoughts on The Inheritance from the Deadbolt Mystery Society. If you guys can come up with your final thoughts in the chat, I'll look at them in a second. Okay, so we played 6.5 hours. This game cost about $15. Thoroughly enjoyable. This is the third game in a row from this company that we have slept on, that we have underestimated. And I am just so impressed with this company. So I did not approve of the ending of this case. I think you could see, maybe if you keep playing these, you could see the pattern. The pattern was sort of every piece of evidence should have eliminated one of the suspects. And maybe if you knew that, you should say, okay, maybe Kyle should get eliminated based on that fingerprint. It didn't sit well with me that eliminated him. I didn't buy it. And in one sense, it's a real shame because there was a real timeline element to this case and really intricate little ways that people were talking about each other. So it's sort of it's not just that it feels like a bug to me, and maybe I'll try to read some of the discussion groups of how other people think about this. But it's not just that I feel like it was unfair to get rid of Kyle, but it's everything else was so well crafted that it found like it was sad to drop the ball on that thing at the end. And how easy it would have been if you wanted to eliminate Kyle once players figured out that he sabotaged the car. It seems like you could have had ways to do with it. Maybe have someone witness that said they saw someone messing with the car for the full half hour. So, but something's going on with this company and the writers, the two brothers who write these games or whatever, because they are just fun. Whatever they're working with mentally, whatever their intuition is about what makes these games fun, is really comes through. And I mean, working with this entire large family where we've got photos of each of them, and then on the backs we've got remarks, third-person remarks from the patriarch, and then a little mini interview with them. Just these little details on how they're talking about each other, revealing little bits of information. And we had this puzzle where we were figuring out what family goes with where. I mean, just the enjoyable stuff. All of the puzzles are just fun. And it's in real contrast. Like, I keep coming back to this Hunt to Killer, but I played a number of the Hunt to Killer games now. Some of them have some really good moments and some high production quality. But several times I've been playing the Hunt to Killer and the cipher is work. It's brute force work that has nothing to do with being smart or clever or figure something out. It's more like once you figure out the code, now you have to spend a half an hour scribbling out decryption or trying to read invisible writing. And every game we've played from Deadbolt Mystery Society has been like the arc of enjoyment for a puzzle has been perfect. Like, we hit a puzzle several times during this game. We hit a puzzle and it was like a dead end, a roadblock. And we sat back and we said, what is going on? Why don't we know how to solve this? What are we missing? And several times we struggled with it and then left it and came back. And they're very good at making different pieces work together. And several times we got to a puzzle and we were like, maybe we can't solve this yet. Maybe we have to go down a different alley, a different path, and circle back around. That is very enjoyable. And all of the ciphers and encryption stuff had a perfect arc. Like, it was struggled, we tried to wrap our head around it, and then once we did, it quickly came into place. Once we figured out the trick, then everything is fun after that. The message comes into play very quickly, and all of a sudden it unlocks something else. And in the channel, Robert says, I like they had envelopes to pace the game. Felt like it might take longer with 13, but it was a really nice thing. This is, again, has to do with that pacing and arc. And we actually saw a little insight into this when we played the first version of The Cabin. We played the first version of The Cabin. It just had a bunch of documents. And then we saw second edition, they put some things in envelopes that come out later. And this game had 2 envelopes that came out that were sequenced to come out at little bottleneck points. That was enjoyable. Again, it's this enjoyable thing. And they were sort of like different kinds of documents. They were the forensics. That's when we get the phone records and stuff. It's very fun opening those envelopes, and it paces things really nicely. And we got different personalities of people, and just the variety of stuff. Like, we heard an audio clue. This time we got a 3D scene we could move around. That was new. That's the first time we've seen that in any of these games. And then we got the little audio and the scene, and just really just fun. Just fun. And for $15, if you get these on sale, boy, that's fun. And all of the money is being spent in the right places. Like, this is where I want my money spent. I don't want hats and bottle openers, right? I want this. I want dense, lots of information to go through. And all of these pictures, so we can say, okay, this is this person. We can sort of say, I wish I'd like to interview her a little longer, or this person seems like the personality to do this. And I like these little intros, right? Like, the epilogues and the intros are motivating, right? Like, it's very generous. First, we get this little intro about how we're called into the job. Then we get a little interview with the guy on the scene. And then at the end, we get this fun little epilogue. I just, for a little box, boy, these games are good. Robert says the walk around in the 3D walk around reminded him of Chronicles of Crime. Absolutely. Chronicles of Crime makes big use of these 3D scenes. It has a more interesting board gamey mechanic where you pick out cards. That's pretty cool. This is a different genre game, but did it work well? Was there stuff to see? It was kind of a gimmick here, right? There was nothing really. I mean, if you wanted to talk about criticisms or I think mostly this game is missed opportunities. Our criticisms take the form of missed opportunities. And that 3D scene didn't really give us anything, right? There was no value in having it be a 3D scene, right? That we moved around. There were just a couple of things we clicked on, and it was like, told us about the recipe. There was a locked door, but that didn't have to do with anything. And then in one of the doors, we heard the audio. So it really didn't do anything, and it didn't hide information. I thought that maybe there might be some information hidden in a scene somewhere, like a murder weapon or some note. There was none of that. So it was mostly just for sort of flavor, variety. It didn't really do anything new, but it was still fun to have a change of pace. Shay says, I like that there were puzzles for everyone, not just one style. Yeah, I think, it's pretty common that these kinds of games have lots of variety of puzzles. And I don't want to say that the Deadbolt puzzles are better than other games. I think probably, if you look at it, there are other companies and games that have more elaborate, devious, clever puzzles, right? Especially if you're churning out a box a month from this company, the puzzles may start to feel old, but boy, so far they've been enjoyable. And yeah, a nice variety. I mean, again, if you were really, I think part of the why these games are hitting so well for me and satisfying me is because the narrative part is a big important part for me. And just the dialogue and the characters and the setting. So I think probably if you're really a puzzle person, if your only focus is on the puzzle and sort of the dressing and story around the puzzle is not so important, I could see being disappointed by these puzzles. Like, some of them are just, sort of, you're just going through the motions. Like this one here. This one said, read every third letter. It was very obvious what to do. And when we read every third letter, we knew exactly the message. And then this one here that said, you want to find out where the medallion is. All you do is you look through the photo and make a list of the items that weren't in the list. And then you get this word and you turn it to closet. So there were a lot of easy puzzles, right? And then again, I mean, if you look at them just in isolation, they don't look that impressive. Like this one, we were told what? We were told, ignore the second floor, find all the rooms that don't have room in them, that don't start with a K, and basically pantry was left. There are a bunch of puzzles that were just like, we just kept on trucking right through them. They didn't even cause us to pause. But there were enough of them that did, and the ones that were easy were enjoyable. And I think when you combine that, like this was clever, we worked on it. I think this is the part of that these people have mastered so well. The part that these people have mastered so well can be seen with this one. So we hit this puzzle. We deduced that we have to do them in these order. Cute, clever. And then we tried to solve it. And we couldn't. And we weren't sure why we couldn't. Is it because it's tougher than we think? Because we haven't figured out the trick? Or are we not ready to solve it? And then when we tackled something else, then we got an envelope, and this was in the envelope. So that's when we said, okay, this is how this works. But it's the fact that when you hit this puzzle, you don't have this. And having the puzzles require multiple objects that you get asynchronously is part of what makes it's so enjoyable, because even when the puzzle is relatively easy with everything, it gives you that time to chew on it when you don't have everything. And then you have this interesting question about, is it that we're not getting it, or is it that it's the wrong time to work on it? But this stuff, the willingness to go and produce this kind of stuff and do all this writing, this is the kind of thing that these puzzle games are too lazy to do most of the time. To spend the effort to give us these not just pure mathematical puzzles, but more of a narrative psychology puzzle in here. And all of these games by this company seem to lean on there being this culprit who's sort of deviously doing stuff. And that's fun. That's more fun than a sort of disembodied little escape room puzzle. Here we feel like there are murderous bad people that are dangerous versus a sort of escape room where there's not really a believable narrative story. All right, I've talked quite a bit at length. Anything else from the chat channel? Thank you guys for joining me for this. It was quite fun. So far we've gotten lucky. Perfect for Thanksgiving. That was a nice surprise. Was it Robert who suggested that we play this because it was a family gathering, or was it John? I forget who suggested it, but this turned out to be the perfect game for Thanksgiving. And Crystal is going to run the family now. John says the Cleansing of Killian House and the double features on sale for $99. I think they'll probably have another Black Sunday sale as well, I'm guessing. But they've had a bunch of sales. My advice, if you like these kinds of games, is sign up to their mailing list. Buy the games when they come on sale. When a game is on sale for $10, $15, when a bunch of games are on sale. It costs you $11 shipping. So ideally, you'll be ordering 5 or 6 games at a time. But that's what I'll be doing. I'll just be picking when there's a sale and there's a bunch of them on sale for $10, $14, I'll buy a bunch of them. I mean, even if they're not, I don't expect them all to be as good as the last three we played, but they've got like a recipe. They've got a formula. Logan says, my final comments are up a bit in the chat. Logan says, I like this one more than The Cabin, about the same as Body Farm. Felt a little easier, but more satisfying. Flow of puzzles was natural, didn't hold your hand, even with the ending. Great way to spend a Tuesday night. If the fingerprint was somewhere else in the house, it might have been better. Well, a real pleasure to play with all of you. Fun to do to have different people be able to join. Fun to be able to play a game over the holidays. That's always fun. All right, folks. Have a great Thanksgiving. I'll be playing a bunch of games over the weekend. We'll be playing our Murder by Mail game, I think, on Sunday, and we'll be trying another cold case document dump game on Friday by Cryptic Killers. Different twist. Lots more games to play too. I'll see you guys next time.